Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Premarket Show for Monday, August the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. And guess what, guys? He said it. I didn't say it. Like a bad penny, he has returned. Good morning, William. Welcome back. All right, guys. So I guess the big news right now is take a look at MSOS. So I guess there was some kind of a tweet out of the White House, MSOS, something about cannabis. So look at MSOS, probably one of the bigger gains I've seen, 10%, 10% up. So this is the ETF, one of the ETFs, probably the main one for the cannabis sector. Individual ones, of course, things like CGC, but take your pick. If you didn't want to pick an individual one, so CGC is up 18%, MSOS is up 10%. But again, if you don't want to pick a specific one, you can use this. You can use this ETF. Take a look at cannabis, CGC. So we'll see what happens. See if they can hold their gains at all. So we're not in earnings season, but there still are some earnings plays. Before look at AI as an example. This is not an earnings play. It's a preliminary. I mean, they basically announced it may as well be an earnings play. Look at AI just getting absolutely crushed on the way down. 32% drop for AI. And again, this is preliminary, but it may as well be their earnings play. August 27th is when they officially launch, but their earnings in for this quarter, but they're doing preliminary. And again, it may as well be their earnings play. Yeah, I can't help you there, Burkini. The only Burkini, you're going to have to contact somebody. You're talking about your swing trades. I can't. Are you a member of Trade Ideas, Burkini? Because if you are, you can get them in the channel. If you're not a member, then I'll have to send you to. I'll give you an email that you can take a look at. Okay. Okay. If you're a member of Trade Ideas, then just click on new. Click on new dock channel bar and scroll down a bit, and where it says swing picks, right there. Okay. Yeah, you're not going to get them. Just click on swing picks. Okay, swing picks, and there it is, and you'll get the email. Here's the email that you would have got. Okay. I don't know why they haven't sent them. I didn't think they sent them if you were a subscriber. But anyway, just go to that channel, the Swing Picks channel. It's all there, including the email that you would have got that you would have received. IMXI. Okay. So this is an earnings play. Actually, IMXI is an earnings play. SGML. Okay, so this is a lithium play. It looks like some of the other lithium stocks are gaining. This is a halt in operations at his Chinese lithium mine. Okay, so I guess the lithium plays or stocks are moving because of that. SGML 690 around 7 is the next high looking left. Is IMXI also a potential buyout? The Western Union deal, okay. What are you doing? This is also an earnings play, I believe. AIoT. I believe this is an earnings play. AIoT. Yes, this is an earnings play, also a cheap earnings play. So we're starting to get back into the, remember, I don't know, 3 months ago or so, hardly had any earnings plays, but some of the cheap ones really ran early. Didn't necessarily sustain themselves all day long, but they really ran early. Well, obviously, if they had some room, would help. Take a look at some of the earnings plays. Actually, there are more than I would have thought on a Monday morning. AAON is an earnings play. AAON, expensive one. Well, fairly expensive one, but it is an earnings play. And this is looking at the position in its lifetime range. Take a look at this one. Where could it go? I mean, on the weekly chart, it is way below. Okay, on a monthly chart, so there is some support perhaps around 60.51 or so. You look at the monthly chart for AAON. So there's about $4 to that low right there. TLS, guys, is just popping now. TLS is just popping right now. It's just really popping now. TLS. Again, while I have the monthly chart up, the next highs are 331. Yeah, it looks like it's an earnings play 154. Okay, we don't have it as an earnings play, but in Interactive Brokers, it says announces their Q2 2025 results. Okay, so that is the reason why BJDX is moving higher. Blue Jay. Okay. Thoughts on AI? Not really. Well, I mean, other than just gotta watch and see if it has any sort of a bounce. But the original AI play is getting crushed. Earnings. Did it really, William? So it hit 122,000 over the weekend. Bitcoin. BNC guys, this is not an earnings play. This is an IPO from I guess 3 days ago, and it's taken out the highs of the previous 2 days, and the high up here was 2240. So with a pullback, what did it get up to? Actually, it broke the high. Actually, broke the high this morning of its high of its opening day. It's pulled back. Well, it depends on the time frame you're looking at, of course. BJDX, well, on a weekly chart, a weekly chart up here, a little bigger one. So really, it's about the weekly chart. So if you look at the weekly chart, it looks like the next high is 215. So it's reasonably close. The next high in the weekly chart is 215. So I suppose in theory it has room till there. If it can take that out, then you've got the next high in the weekly chart anyway is 244. This morning it got up to about 225, which is, yeah, a little bit above that weekly high. Talk about the trade of the week this week, guys, is RKT. RKT is the trade of the week, Rocket Companies. Now it's already is this supposed to be a pullback? Hmm, I thought it said the trigger was 1650. What if that's wrong because this closed at 1678. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get to a daily chart. Well, that yeah, I mean this closed at 1680.80. Did I read that wrong? I thought it said the trigger was 1650. Have I got the wrong symbol then? Oh, it's a pullback. Another one of the pullback plays. Oh, okay, I see. I thought, okay, so he's doing that again. So it'll trigger at 1650 on a pullback. Okay, thank you. No, cheap one, guys. VFF is an earnings play. Yeah, this one doesn't have a lot of room, in my opinion. AIoT. I mean, I could break off through all this, but we're at 450 right now, and 461 is the next high. After that, 464. After that, so all these little areas, it could stall. Now, it could just, it could just blast right through all this, of course. If it did 473, the next high would be about five. I just look at it, I think there might be just too much resistance that's not that far away. Now, I mean, if it really gets going and it takes out five, then the next high in the weekly chart is around 586. So, suppose why not? Just put a price alert if it really gets going at around $5 for AIoT. Yeah, EQ is so they announced up to a $50 million financing to advance their, I guess it's a drug of some sort, physical engineering, and I guess it's a drug. I don't know, a novel arrow hydrocarbon receptor modulator into the clinic. Next high looking left is 136. This has come from, yeah, so it's up 124%. Comes from 49 cents on the close of Friday. It's not getting hit. I think it's still being hit. Maybe I don't see it anymore. REPL. Oh, there it is, right down there. Yeah, REPL. Don't see any specific reason. Just looking, glancing at my headlines. Just a ton of course, lawyers begging you to join some kind of a class action. So this is on Sunday. Class action, class action, class action. Anyway, I don't see the specific reason for this one being down. But when you look at it, it's breaking down on that daily chart through all this. So your next low is around $3, a little over $3. I just glanced before. Yeah, this is shortable for me too. 2.29 million shares at Interactive Brokers. available. So watch this one, see if it just wants to continue down. That was the RAPL. Take a look at what alts did this morning. Do I see alts? Do I see alts? I do not see alts anywhere. Okay. Another one, yeah. Big pop up. Yeah. Hopefully nobody got nailed in this one. For my time, as in, I got up this morning at 5 o'clock. Yeah, so that happened at, so it looks like they're doing an altcoin, right? I guess that's one of the reasons, or that is the reason for alts being up. To boost WLFI Treasury strategy. Okay. Okay, so the markets were okay. That was up. I just want to again just do my little check to see what's happening with the sectors that are down below the 200-day moving average. XRT, yeah, it's starting to move. At least it's trying to get a little closer. I'm sorry, that's retail. That's retail. Excuse me. Retail is above. I was thinking of XLE energy. So still below the 200-day moving average. The other one that was right around it was materials, XLB. So yeah, so XLB actually closed above the 200-day moving average on Friday, and it's still above it this morning. So right now, then there are only two major sectors still: the healthcare sector, XLV, and if I mention XLV energy. Only two that are below the 200-day moving average. This one is getting some action again, guys. Well, this one was really active a few weeks ago. ZIM, and you can see right up there is the 200-day moving average. Integrated shipping services trading higher following a report. Okay, so this is a potential takeover. There was another one that was a potential TGNA, the one that was on reports of Nexstar acquisition talks. That was for TGNA. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, William. So when it got up to 69, I'm looking at the Bitcoin ETF. So that's what you're talking about. This morning, Bitcoin was over to 220,000, around, excuse me, not 200, 120,000. Yeah, TTD, what a monster short on Friday. Still weakening. Not as weak, but definitely. That was an earnings play on Friday for TTD. Low, $53. 53.18 was the low on Friday. It didn't quite get there this morning, below the close on Friday, but it didn't quite break through the low of Friday. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:20. A couple of minutes. I'll be putting the layout that I use once this market opens. Oh, welcome, Vivek, for Stay with Trade Ideas. Hopefully, you've looked at the short videos to get you started. That's mandatory. And if you haven't, I just want to draw your attention to it. I'm talking to Vivek in our YouTube room. So if you click on that link I just put underneath your post, and you scroll down a bit, education right here. Our education section is right here, and right here is getting started with trade ideas. Okay, so first thing you have to do if you're new to trade ideas. Okay, I'm going to go over my homepage in about at 10 o'clock. But I really highly recommend that you do this first. Okay, if you haven't done this. Hey guys, AAON. I'm hearing it in my gap down scanner, and another new low earnings play, AAON. I think I said it had room to, well, it's almost right there now. I think I said it had room to about 60. Yeah, look at that. So I think I said, yeah, I mean, there's the next low looking left, around 6102, almost there. Next low after that is underneath. I mean, if this takes that out, I mean, I'm only looking at a monthly chart, okay, but $54 is the next low on a monthly chart, assuming it takes out 61. So this one is just getting crushed on earnings right now. Okay, guys, I'm going to get the layout I use once this market opens. So just give me one moment. As always, I'm saving my layout. Give me one moment, guys. So I'm just going to keep my pre-market actives up also here, but I'm going to reduce it to the top six. That's what I like to do. Here we go. Okay, I didn't talk about this one, AUUD. Talk about this one, AUUD. Let's see, what is it doing right now? It's up 31%. Just trying to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news that I can find quickly anyway. And again, when I'm talking about news, I'm just looking at my interactive interactive brokers headline news. That's all I'm looking at. I don't see anything today for it. Got to be some reason though. That is a big potential move here. 627, 627. Well, I'm not going to say it's going to get close to 627, but when you look left, That is the next low. That's the next high is 627 for AUUD. Close on Friday was sorry, so this is up yeah, up 32%, a lot of volume, and it's I wonder about that float. We have 614,000, right? So whatever the float is, it's going to be low. I don't know if it's going to be that low. Don't anybody have any news on AUUD? They filed their 10Q. Thank you, William. Yeah, I don't see that. So whatever they filed right now, anyway, the market is reacting positively. Morning, Ozzy, the U.S. in our YouTube room. A source telling me it's about a little over a million for the about a million for the float in AUUD. So I mean, we have 614,000 shares. Million is still. Yeah, William in the other room, Ozzy said they filed a 10Q this morning. That's all they could find. One is just sneaking into the top six here, guys. YSXT. YSXT is up 13%. China stock. Another one I don't see any news on it. 333 is the next high. All right. Well, it's got room. I mean, it's got some room. YSXT. If it can take out 333, look at left. That is the next high. If it takes that out, it's not far away, obviously. And the next high after that is around the 375 mark. So just put a price alert, 333. Number one, see if it takes it out. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade, off right now, but I do want to know about it. Yeah, Chris is back. So we're back to the room being open at 7:30. The main room being open at 7:30 Eastern time. What is happening with the market just ahead of our open? Market is starting to slip a little bit. Just up 10 cents from Friday's book. Well, when I talk to Mark, I'm talking the SPY. So it's up 10 cents from Friday's close. So basically flat. Didn't see anything in the economic calendar today of note. So I didn't post anything. And as usual, I'll be waiting for my gap continuation or reversal scan to give me some alerts. I don't expect, certainly this week, we're not going to have as many as we have for the last 2 weeks, which could be a good thing. All right, guys, we have about 40 seconds for this open, for the 9:30. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys, we are now open. So some of the momentum plays early. Some of them we've already talked about. BJDX. Now these are making market highs. Okay, 9:30, not like when the market opens 9:30. Okay, so a lot of these are still below their pre-market highs. There's the MSOS guys. So again, cannabis plays in play today. I don't think it's so much about legalizing it as rescheduling it, as you guys call it, so that it's not as supposedly as dangerous as heroin or harder drugs. We're talking about cannabis. All right, maps. Got into the 200-day moving average. The blue line in my chart, that is the 200-day moving average. Okay, let's take a look at BJDX. What sort of a pullback has it had? As high as 225, so it's pulled back. It's underneath the VWAP right now. Okay, it is underneath the VWAP as we speak. There's the next high looking left on the daily chart, and it's right there now, right there. There's the MSOS guys again. So if you feel that the cannabis plays are still going to rip a bit, this is an ETF for the cannabis sector. DEFT, DEFT. Yeah, to me, there's just too much potential resistance around the $3 mark. Now, if it takes out $3, there's a little high right there about 302. And look left on the daily chart, and the next high is certainly far enough away on a percentage basis. And it's starting to rip here, guys. You see this in the pre-market at all? The volume coming in. I don't see any news on it either. The BJDX is starting to make a move now, just over two. Again, the pre-market high was 26, approximately, or maybe 225. So this is like an earnings play, okay? This is like an earnings play. I say like it because we don't. Well, it is an earnings play. We just because we don't have, for whatever reason, our provider did not have it as an earnings play today. So you can see the recent IPO. So TLS now is through the 200-day moving average. Okay, through that 200-day moving average. Next high is 309. After that, 324. Market is still weakening here, guys, from that high, 638, a little bit, and a little bit of a downtrend since 8 o'clock this morning, 8 o'clock Eastern time. EQ on the way down. So halt on the way down. So we'll show this screen for the first time this week and today, of course. So this blue screen you're seeing here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, broker. So it tells you the halt. There's the halt price. Can't see the symbol, but it is EQ. And this column is trying to tell you where it could open. You can see how it fluctuates. The numbers will fluctuate. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. But what you do want to see, if you were in this one, you'd want to see a number above one over there. But just because it says 97 cents doesn't mean it's gonna open at 97 cents, but it was a bit of a guide. All right, BNC now is at its high. It was an IPO of a couple of days ago. So it just got up to that high and pulled back. Well, okay, Borachini, are you a Trade ID subscriber? I asked you that before. You said you were. I can show you where they are. Oh, so you're just subscribed to SwingPix. You're not subscribed to anything else. Ah, okay. Yeah, so I can't help you. You're going to have to go to info at trade-ideas.com and just give them your email address. I don't have access to your account, okay? Give them your email address. Also, before you do that, maybe check your spam and tell them that, you're a SwingPix subscriber. Give them your email address so they can look up your account. Uh, Before you do that, you might want to check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, just do that first. Possible they for whatever reason they might have slid in there. Okay, I don't have access to your account, but the accounting people are the support people are there. So just give me your email and they'll check your account. Make sure you did sign up correctly and find out why it didn't get sent out to you. But before you do that, please check your spam folder. Yeah. So remember now, TGNA is a potential buyout. Mike in Gig Harbor, Washington. Well, I see Shady is in. What is he in? WLDS? I don't think I ever saw that one. Vivek, I'm not sure what you're supposed to receive after you subscribe, other than a welcome, perhaps. But we're talking to these swing picks are nothing to do with that. So, or are you talking about just you subscribe to the swing picks? You're not a subscriber to the program. Talking to Vivek in our YouTube room. So I'm just. Did you? Hopefully you can hear me. I just in our YouTube room. I'm just asking a question whether or not you subscribe to the program, like what you see here, or just the swing picks. Yeah, I really can't answer it, Borokini. I don't know why. Okay, I don't have access to anybody's accounts. Best thing to do is just go to info at trade-ideas.com and ask them. MSOX guys. So this is another. It's not as liquid as MSOS. AI is actually having a bounce here, guys. AI is actually having a bounce. A crush down on earnings. having a little bit of a bounce. It's at the high here. That one was really moving late, Alan, BMNR. That was really moving late on Friday afternoon. Yeah, it got up to 53. It closed down here, but it was really moving Friday. Yeah, I mean, it's just tricky to say the least. But obviously, the next high, I mean, that is the attraction. I mean, $124, $126. So, Vivek, can you hear me? Maybe you can't hear me. I'm talking to Vivek in our YouTube room. Yeah, AI guys is definitely having a nice bounce. Definitely having a nice bounce. I mean, it got down to 14. It's had about over $1 bounce. So maps, I know this is an AI play, but I would never take it unless you took out the 200-day moving average. Number one, okay. I think the stop is a little too close. I mean, 4-cent stop. Let's take a look at it though on a weekly chart. And where could it go? Yeah, I mean 121. I think I already looked at this before. Yeah, 121. To me, there's just not enough room for it to move. I mean, it could blow up through all this. I get it, but that's not how I trade. I just look left, and if I see anything that's too close, I don't take the trade. So that's why I just don't do it. Well, this nothing happens in this scan until at least 9:45. Okay, so that's why I'm waiting for right now. Something in this scan, the gap continuation or reverse, and that's by design for me. Okay. Yeah, I saw that what you posted there, Scott. Yeah, continues to stack Ethereum at lightning speed. Okay. Again, guys, get your cannabis plays, CGC. There's your next high looking left on a daily chart. And again, this is not legalization, but a rescheduling to take it off the however you guys classify it. You guys, as in people in the United States. All right, now this is a gap down and reverse. I'm going to take a look at this one. OMI, this is the first one. And again, yeah, I mean, this time last week, this would have been full. Okay, so definitely not going to have as many, which might be a great thing. So gap down and reverse, potential reversal. Now we're starting to get a few more of them. MLNK is a gap up and well, okay, it looks like this is a okay. This is a buyout by Centerbridge Partners on a $2 billion deal. So that's the reason why that's up. Hmm. Thank you, Dee. So Sarepta was considered a gap down and reverse. Okay, SRPT that was a gap down and reverse. So Borachini, did you contact? Because remember now, they're swing trades, right? So I mean, it's not as critical getting in right at the very beginning. So well, there's the BMNR guys. There is the BMNR, and just yeah, I mean, people are, of course, traders are looking at this $125. It's a matter if you take this, where are you going to put a stop? The spread is actually not terrible. 70, 80. I mean, for a stock that's this rapidly moving, only 2 million in the float, it's not a terrible spread at all. I'm not saying to take it, but I'm just saying if you take it, you know, where are you going to put a stop? Remember, it can turn on a dime downwards too. So you know, this SBET has been, it's just, for me, it's just been a very, very difficult intraday trader. But I mean, it's been doing its thing, creeping up, 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 up. You know, look at the low right there at $17, 26 now. That's, what, about a week and a half? Exactly 6 days ago. 6 days ago, a low of 17. Again, it's another one of the altcoin. I don't know if I can't remember. I can't remember anymore. They're Ethereum also. So this is another Ethereum play, okay, like the BMNR. $28 next high, 28.44 next high. All right, right now the market is doing nothing. I mean, in terms of nothing, I mean, just it's only 26 cents above the Friday's close. So let's see, the Dow was down a little, Qs are up a little. So right now, kind of a blah market in terms of the overall market. Yeah, GMHS, front and center. I didn't see this one in the pre-market at all. Didn't really do much in the pre-market, but yeah, ripping now. Probably a low float, China. Excuse me. All right, guys. So yeah, I didn't take I wouldn't take that one from the AI because RAI because I thought right there, the alert was at 319 and we had some couple highs, weekly highs at 331. Too close for me. It is above that now, and so if you did take it, your next high is 360 on a weekly chart anyway. Yeah, this is a big reversal play now, guys. AI is a big reversal play. AI. There's the next high on a daily chart. That is the next high, $23. It was just got clobbered on its. It's an earnings release for today, AI, but it is reversed. It's having a nice, pretty good reversal. Is what I'm talking about. Gap down and reverse. Alert at 1612 at 9:53 Eastern Time. Hmm. Sarepta, another fabulous reversal play. Sarepta, I wonder if Sarepta is actually positive now. SRPC. Yeah, it's just gone positive, barely, up 3 cents from Friday's close. Boy, probably the one I haven't paid as much attention to is the gap down and reversal. I paid way more attention to the gap down and goes. I'm going to go over this in about, 5 minutes from now at 10 o'clock. I'm going to go over my homepage, the information you can find on it, plus the scanners that I'm sharing. Okay, so stick around for that. Boy, what a gap down and reversal for two of these. The Sarepta. Now, how about REPL? That's another one that got hit, excuse me, hard down on. Couldn't find any specific reason for it. Here's the next high though, 549. So there is room. I guess the VX left. Asha in our YouTube room talking about AUUD. When you say lower volume that you hoped, so you got 22 million right now, but you're talking about what are you talking about exactly? Or it's erupt. I just now there is the next high on a daily chart, getting very close. You can see it right there. That was Friday's high around 19. If it, and you can see there are a couple of highs right there at around, in fact, three of them, right around 1920 or so. So I'm going to put a price alert right there around the 1920 mark because if it can take out these 3 days and look left and it's got a ton of room, that's saying it's going to, oh, I see the volume decreasing. Okay. Talking to Natasha in our YouTube room. Yeah, you can kind of see if it can get through the 19 level, not that far away. All right, maybe this one. SPHR, this is a gap up and reversal. Okay, gap up and reversal. Now, it's hard to reverse a fair amount, but I'm not getting the alert until here, at 38.37. Through the 200-day moving average, though, that's pretty critical. And this is an earnings play. Okay, this is actually an earnings play today, SPHR. Not a lot of volume, though. That's the only thing. Not a lot of volume. I mean, it's nine times normal, but it's only 301,000 shares. Yeah, I'm backing off this. The spread. I just don't like the spread. It actually tightened up a little bit. It's only 16 cents now, 10 cents. But before I saw it around 25 cents. So I'm probably going to back off that. It's too bad. I wish there were more volume because I love the fact that it broke down through the 200-day moving average. I'm talking about the SPHR. All right, guys, it's 9:59, almost 10 o'clock. So I'm going to go over my homepage right now. You'll see all the information on my homepage, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you're not a subscriber to Trade Ideas, here's how you can take out a subscription. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year using my promo code Barry25. So if you take out a subscription, I would appreciate using my code. The reason why is that the room gets credit for the subscription, and that in the future too. I'm not saying you have to do it today, but anytime in the future, if you use my code, the room gets credit for the subscription. The company tracks my promo codes, and if they see enough people using the vary whatever the percentage is, they don't mind keeping the room free. Okay, so that's the reason. So you're always going to get the best discount using my code. There's not going to be a better one out there. So if you're going to take out a subscription, just use my code. Scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So you can sign up for it right here. If you don't think you're getting it, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. RKT, I think the plan was to wait for a pull. It's not. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. To 1650, a pullback to 1650. So I mean, it's up to you. If you want to take it right now. Also, there's still room, but that was the idea. And again, this is free. The trade of the week is free. Education section is here. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, mandatory you do this. This is the getting started with Trade Ideas. Short videos, starting off with the download and install, and top list versus alert windows. Why would you use one over the other, etc. This is mandatory. This is the first thing you must do. Now, if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, this is what I would do. I would take a look at these videos, starting off with the second one, and that might give you a bit of an idea, number one, about what trade ideas' capabilities are and whether or not it's a good fit for you to take the program. I would do that before you decided if you wanted it. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos designed for those of you who are new to trading, all free. Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. Oh, I'm sorry. If you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and then the middle section here, here are my scans. So these are the ones you can actually see. I don't have this one up and running anymore, but you can have it. This is the change in 5 minutes, either up or down. You can see right now the GMA set. So here's how I'll go over this a little bit in more detail, but here's how you can use this sort of a tree map for pullback plays. When you see GMHS is still positive for the day, but it's pulled back 10% in a 5 minute period. Okay, that's what that minus 10 means. DJX, the same thing, 4.5%. So there's how you can use it for pullback plays. The single stock window is down here. Pulse resumes is right here. And here's my momentum scan is right here. Now, the other scans that I am sharing on my other monitor, PTL, CPTLO, gap up and go, just give me. This is the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. And then the other one that I follow on my other monitor is the daily combo scan. Pepe's combo scan is right here. Only one alert so far. Hopefully that's right, Pepe. Okay. And these are the two. So these are two off. I'm not trying to hide them from anybody. I just don't want to overwhelm on the main monitor too many scans. So and this is what I use in the pre-market. Sorry, the pre-market act is up and down. Okay, I do have a couple other ones that I'm sharing. You can take a look at. All right, guys, this is a gap down and reversal play. I haven't taken any one of them today. And the next, so the close, for me, I don't know. I mean, the close is not that far away of yesterday. And the high of Friday, yeah, it's still not, for me, it doesn't have enough room. Okay. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Only one. I had the problem on Friday. That looks like it's working now, for me anyway, in my price range. So if you're new to all this in terms of the rooms, our YouTube room and our what I call the main trading room, welcome. This is the format. Again, back to opening it at 7:30. Chris Farley at Trade Ideas will open the room, the main room at 7:30 Eastern Time. I get on the mic at about 9. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so that's why I don't get up as early as Chris, but I get on the mic at about 9 o'clock. I try to open the YouTube room at about 8:30-ish, okay? And then I go to about 2:30, and now that William is back, no pressure, William, of course, no pressure. But William will sometimes keep the room open after I leave at around 2:30 Eastern Time. Okay, no pressure though. Let's take a look at this GMHS, how much it's pulling back. See how much it's pulling back? Before it was a 10% pullback. Now this is another 5-minute period probably. So it's still pulling back. Might be over for a while anyway. Look at the VWAP. VWAP is at 2. So, well, actually, it's I don't call out the swing trades at all. I'm shallow. I'm a day. What you're seeing here, this is more of a day trading layout. Okay, I'm not a swing trader at all. It could be momentum, it could be pullbacks, like I'm explaining here, the GMHS. And when I say call out, when you say call out, we're talking about them. It doesn't mean I'm taking them. It's just pointing out opportunities. I haven't taken a trade yet today. I looked at a couple of the gap down and reversals early, but I have not taken a trade today. But this is way more of a day trading room. Okay, doesn't mean anything that you take, even like a day trade, can turn into a swing trade depending how it closes, in my opinion, and how much room it has to move afterwards. Room meaning, look left on a daily chart or a weekly chart or a monthly chart, and you still see a lot of room if the stock can move. You may make up your mind to say, okay, yeah, I took this as a day trade, but it closed well. It's got room, so you may want to hold some as a swing trade. But of course, that's entirely up to you. So Coles. So this was has earnings coming up. ASS. Okay, guys. KSS has got room. Okay, 1285. This is a gap up and go. I'm going to go over. Well, I'm going to go over a few things. Want to see how well this holds 12. Okay, because I like it just because it's got the room. 1285. Watching KSS here, guys. It's a pretty big float. And they don't all have to be low floats for me to take them. But excuse me. I'm waiting on this to see how well it holds 12. I'd like to see maybe a bit of 1208. I'd like to get me into the trade. This is not a recommendation to do the same thing, but I want to see if that clear 12. Okay. Took the trade, guys. Actually, 1207. So, and I don't know how long I'm going to hold it. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 1285, but at least there's room up to that level. And this is what I'm talking about. Okay, then the gap continuation and reverse. Oh, sorry, the gap. Well, this is the span. But this is the gap up and go. I'm going to go over this in a bit. Well, look at Sarepta. Now, Sarepta, guys. Wow, Sarepta now is at the high. These highs, all these highs right here. So, I mean, it's got a ton of room on the daily chart. 22, almost $23. Not saying it's going to get there, but okay. While I'm waiting on the KSS to see if it has any sort of a move. I'm going to go over this momentum scan, and then I'm going to go over the gap continuation or reversal scan. Now, just so you know, I mean, why I don't have KSS here, but I have it thumbnailed on another chart, one of my other monitors. So that's how I can keeping an eye on it as I'm talking. So I'm going to demonstrate what I think is the power of trade ideas and what sets us apart from virtually all other scanners or screeners, certainly screeners out there. And I'm going to demonstrate it using the momentum scan. So if I right click on it and click on configure and then click on summary. So this is what this scan is looking for. As long as the price is between 100, $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 20. That means it's got to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. The volume has to be at least 500,000 shares. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. You've got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So these are the filters. If all of those values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was for the HURA at 10:11, 2 seconds. So in the last minute and a half or so, no stock has met the requirements and made a new high for the day. But these are all real-time alerts that you're seeing here. Okay, went on this polls. I want to see it. Give me one moment here. I want to see it get down below. You know what? Okay, I took myself out, guys, for a little loss on it. I was hoping it would just bounce a mean. I don't want to see it get down below 12, so took myself out of the KSS. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. It's on my homepage, the momentum scan. You can make changes, of course. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe you don't like something else about it. You can make some changes. If you go to the filters section, here are the values I'm using. You can make changes to the values. Or if you have any trading experience at all, maybe you want to add a filter that you like. You can do that. Again, this is just what I happen to like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, you can do that. Click on search. At the very top, these icons represent all the real-time alerts that we've got. At the very top, the two most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. Scrolling down, you can see we have a lot of them. And when we get to these icons, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. Now, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Don't look at this for the first time thinking, man, this is way too complicated. I cannot learn all these. Well, the good news is you don't have to. The reason why there are so many is that when the company started in 2003, they felt most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they thought, okay, well, why don't we create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that if you had any trading experience at all, you could find a way to combine them to give them to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for. So that's why there's so many. So don't worry, you don't have to learn them all. Again, if you have any trading experience, I would just kind of scroll down. If you see something you recognize, use it. Create a scan based on it. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up doing something, I'll let you know. But typically I can ask. Now, I cannot answer accounting type questions, but I can send you to people who can answer them. Okay. But don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. So I want to show you this gap continuation or reversal scan. Now, before I do that, though, I had another one in the combo scan. Well, Imran, I mean, when you get into a trade, you always have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade, where you're going to put your stop. Okay. For me, I didn't like the fact that it was getting close to 12. But everybody, people have different ideas about where to put a stop. So you have to have a stop price. Not all the trades are going to work, of course. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade for a manageable loss. Very, very important. Money management. Your idea and my idea, and I'm just talking in general now, of where you're going to put a stop may be very different. Somebody who just doesn't, I like to take trades over a whole number, but if it gets close back to that whole number, I'm usually exiting. But everybody is different. Everybody has a different idea, or their idea. I shouldn't say everybody. I mean, but there are different ideas about where you're going to put a stop. Let me go over this gap continuation and reversal scan. Okay, so it's a multi-strategy window. That's why look at that EQ, ugly. So a multi-strategy window, and what does that mean? Typically, the use of a multi-strategy window is if you don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you've only got one monitor. I've got three big 32-inch 4K monitors. That's not an issue for me. But what I like to do is combine kind of similar scans in one window. And you can see right here, these are all gap scans. If I right click on it, click on strategies, and these are the scans that I got in there. The gap up and go, which means the stock gapped up. Remember what a gap is. A gap is the first print of the day, first trade of the day. So it has to, for my filters, it has to be a certain dollar amount. It also has to be a certain percentage amount. So that's the gap. And then the go means when I got the alert, it was moving higher. Doesn't mean it's going to keep moving higher. It just means at the time of the alert, that's what it was doing. Gap down and reverse means the stock gap down and reverse, kind of like the Sarepta, the SRPT, and the AI this morning. It gap down and then it's reversing. The gap up and reverse, stock gapped up, now it's reversing downwards. And then the gap down and go is a stock that gapped down, and at the time of the alert, it was moving down still. So those are the four. Now, if you want them all, okay. But if maybe you only want reversal plays, maybe you only want to go long, because you can uncheck any one of these scans. So if you only want to go long, then you would uncheck the gap down and go and the gap up and reverse. Because these two, the gap up and go and the gap down and reverse, these are potential long plays. Okay, it's up to you though. Any suggestion from develop? Yeah, well, I mean, only suggestion is where are you going to put a stop? So the BMNR, I mean, obviously traders are just looking at this, and it had, all the news about Ethereum. So I don't have any suggestion, to be honest. I mean, it's at the high, but it's all about where you're going to put a stop too. You're going to put a stop down here, like way down here at 57. You put a stop down here at 61. You get into this BMNR. You have to have a fairly wide stop because it can be very, very volatile. That's the challenge of something like this. But the attraction, of course, is looking left at all that gap, and it had all sorts of news, and it's Ethereum holding. I mean, they talked about this. The only thing I have noticed about it is that the spread has not been atrocious. I mean, right, well, 56 for a stock that moves this quickly with that sort of a float. I mean, 2 million in the float for a $60 stock is really low. So I mean, the spread can get a little bit crazy, but I haven't seen it crazy, meaning like a dollar. Okay, but I haven't seen that today on it. But I mean, it's not going to happen. Well, I don't no, no, no. I don't recommend anything. Okay, I'm just pointing out opportunities. Okay, I take a trade, I'll tell you, but I'm not. I'm just saying. I mean, BMNR got all sorts of room. I mean, it depends on your risk tolerance, where you're going to put a where you're going to put a stop and all. Hmm. In your combo stand, okay, Pepe. Yeah, I might raise my price range past 60. You know what? Keep an eye on AI, guys. AI, the stock, not overall, because look what it's doing. It's over 17 now. It's got a ton of room, obviously. It got hammered down on earnings, though. It was hammered down on earnings. Oh, Pepe, I'm afraid to ask. I'm getting somebody saying they're having a problem on YouTube. Hmm. Okay. Well, it was so good on Friday. I'm wondering if there's something gone wrong with Sebastian because he has not got back to me. I hate to say, I think something has happened. We email him again. Hmm. Isn't that interesting? Some hear me perfectly, and some say it's bad. I'm actually looking at this BMNR, guys. I'm, trying to figure out, maybe even a way to hold just a little bit and see what happens. And see if this attraction up here is too hard for traders to miss it. Sorry, to withstand not taking it. So why? I wonder why Bambino saying it's crystal clear, and I don't know. I'm just going to muddle on. Yeah, maybe just do a reload, guys. For those of you who are saying I'm either muffled or bad, maybe just try a refresh or something. There's another the alts guys, ALTS. We've got that room, $9. Not saying it's going to get there. Maybe not a lot, like a lot of room, but it does have room. This was another one, raises $1.5 billion to initiate. I don't know what this L. Oh, okay. I guess that's a White House thing. Okay, guys, BMNR now just popped up here. Again, this is up to you. Okay, BMNR did pop up, and look at the room. Oh my goodness. And there's the alts guys. And so these altcoin plays are. I guess we can't call Ethereum really an altcoin. Bitcoin and Ethereum, the two biggest ones, I guess. So, no, but Alt is not. I'm sorry, Alt is not Ethereum. Alt is not Ethereum. Hmm. Boy. Again, guys, you just if you're in this one, just be careful. But careful meaning, where do you put your stop? But also, don't wander away from your computer if you're in this one, this BMNR. Okay, because as fast as this goes up, it can come down equally as quickly. So, well, for sure. Can you not see my screen, Mike? I mean, just take a look left on the BMNR. I mean that's. Yeah, I mean, the next high is $127 or so, 125, $126, $126. That's the next high. Well, I know the lithium plays, John, in our YouTube, our main room. I know the lithium plays were up. Maybe some of the red. I know there's something to do with China. Hmm. Now this is a gap up and reversal scan, guys. But the alert happened at 30:32. I'm talking about the SPNS. Of course, it's got a ton of room. And this is not an earnings play. Okay. Sapiens in talks to sell for over 2 billion. So this is a rumor about a potential sale of this company, SPNS, Israeli company. Mhm. Why not? Just put a price alert at 70. Why not? This has been a really, excuse me, a really active one. Also, this Sue. Oh, okay. This is the sound. Okay. So when I saw sound this morning, SOUN. This is an ETF. Sorry, two timer. Really? When I saw SOUN Soundhound this morning, it was actually down. Yeah, it was down. Wow, what a recovery. SOUN, what a recovery. This is actually a gap down in the pre-market. Market open though. Look at this boom for SOUN. It's funny. I didn't see this one. Won't see it here because my minimum relative volume is 20, and you can see it's only 4.64. Look at SPNS now. Ooh, do I take this on the short? 72.99. I don't like the spread. 72.99. Don't like that spread. Yeah, another one. The volume is just not enough. I mean, the relative volume is excellent, but I might have to up the volume. The only reason I don't up the volume is that at the beginning of the day, the volume could be, just getting going. Well, if you took this from the AI, excuse me, I didn't take it because I saw that 330, but if you did take it at 319-ish, your next high on the weekly chart is around 359. Not saying it's going to get there, but so the sorry, the BJDX, this could be, let's see now, there's the high on the weekly chart, 219, and it got to 220. So you can see the break of that would be obviously important. It did though get it did get up to around that level in the pre-market, but it's been having a tough time breaking it again. If it does break it again, 246 then is the next high. I'm going to put a price alert in that area. And then if it can break that, then I mean it's sort of like the BMNR. Look left. I mean it's got a ton of room. That's on a weekly chart. Remember the BMNR is on a daily chart and it is approaching 70. All right, guys. On the BMNR, I am got to protect this. I always little reluctant to hold something through a whole number. I'm holding some, but okay, there's the BGDX now, right at that high now. Okay, so now your next high is around 246. Nice trade, shady. Is that was your second attempt on it? I'm just so reluctant to hold something when it gets to a whole number, especially like a number like 10, 20, 30, 70 BMNR. Give me a moment. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Again, the only phone call I take. Okay, guys, I am completely out of the BMNR now. Now, because look what happened at right around the 70 mark. Okay, now I may look at it again if it takes out 70, but so I'm always talking about whole numbers. I mean, but look what happened. What did it get up to? Got up to 69.06. Close. That was getting close to 70. Oh, I'm sorry, Shady. It was the Wilds, I think. I'm sorry. Yeah, WLDS. I think that was the. Sorry. Yeah, I guess you couldn't see my screen. Dwayne, I said I was on mute. Again, the clearer picture for this one is the weekly chart, 246. There is still room. And this is actually an earnings play. Okay, we don't have it as an earnings play. There's no date there, but it is actually an earnings play. And also, so it's an earnings play. Not that anybody thinks this company is, making any earnings, making any revenue at all, or they might have revenue, but as far as earnings are concerned, but it's all about their test program. Okay, back. Sorry, back. Yeah, Shady. I'm sorry. I was thinking of the Wilds, the WLDS that you were in earlier, and then got back in. But I was talking about the BMNR. I mean, it got within about a dollar of that 70 mark. That's why I'm always paranoid about. No, there are certain whole numbers that are, in my opinion, more important than others. So the 10, 20, 25, 50, and then you get into numbers like 70, 100. Mm. So William says he will keep the room open till about 3:45. So when I leave, well, guys, I mean, I didn't take the TLS because of this, but you know what? If you took it, it did, just because I see there what I consider could be some resistance looking left doesn't mean that's going to be resistance. In this case, it wasn't. So if you took this one, that is the next high on a daily chart right there, that 355 level, that red line. That's what that red line is. Well, Keep an eye on this NYXH. Okay, this is a gap. This is from the gap up and go. A gap up and go. I mean, it's very choppy right now, but take a look. That weekly high is the same as the daily high. So what I'm going to do is put a price alert there. It's around the 865 mark. You know, it may not take it out today. It may never take it out. Maybe it takes it out tomorrow. I don't know. But when you look left on the weekly chart, look how much room it's got, almost up to 12. So I just put a price alert there, and now I'm going to forget about it. And that's the NYXH. You know, it's through the right at the 200-day moving average as we speak, right at it. Yeah, not much at all. There's, I mean, it's 17 times normal. Are you talking about the what I just put up here, the NYXH? Yeah, not a lot of volume, but you never know though. Maybe it takes it out tomorrow. Maybe it takes it out today. Maybe the volume really picks up. It is trading abnormally for it. Look at the volume bar right there on the daily. Ooh, big miss for me on the gap down, gap up and reverse for the SPNS. Oh, I think most brokers allow it now. I think those days are over. Well, I shouldn't. I mean, you're talking about EQ, Mike, and how many brokers allow. I mean, I think those days are over. I mean, I remember when I had Quest Trade from Canada many, many years ago. You couldn't. I don't think you could buy a stock that was under $5. I mean, that was a long, long time ago, though. I think those days are over. Oh man, look at the BMNR now. So it was a good exit underneath that 70, and then as it was moving down, you just got to be so careful. Now, if it gets over 70 later on, I think I may have to take a look at it. Now, what you might be talking about, Mike, though, in Gig Harbor, is yeah, brokers are now. We're starting to get. I haven't seen one yet, I mean, because I haven't tried to trade one of these, but Interactive Brokers saying we're not allowing you to trade this. I think maybe that's what you're talking about. No, I'm not talking about BMNR. I'm not talking about EQ specifically, but yeah, some have been saying. I mean, somebody was saying a few weeks ago with Fidelity, they were blocking the ability to trade some stocks. Yeah, so we're not talking specifically about necessarily EQ, but you know what I'm talking about, William. You guys were, and then the IB seemed to join the fray. With certain stocks, they just would not allow you to buy, trying to protect you. So there you go, Marvin. Now UPXI, I wonder why UPXI. Now you're not talking about. We're not talking shorting. We're not talking shorting now. We're talking. Yeah. So So you cannot buy UPXI at Fidelity. I wonder why. I mean, that doesn't seem UPXI. I should try it. Interactive Brokers just for fun. How can they say it has limited liquidity today when it's trading 4.79 million, only 29 million in the float? It's like 1.3 times normal. The spread is the spread is okay, 615, 618. I mean, I'm not trying to buy it or anything, but I don't understand why they would have that for UPXI at Interactive Brokers. Doesn't mean you can't trade it though, Dwayne. I'm just saying, trying to warn you that it has limited liquidity, right? Wonder how they define that exactly. Hmm. Interesting. So I haven't tried to trade a stock like that. Obviously, I have not had that pop up on Interactive Brokers. I suppose we should thank them for letting us know that, but I would disagree on the UPXI today. I mean, it's certainly a lot of volume. Relative volume is decent. Spread is okay. Okay, so a question in our YouTube room, Gonzalo asking, what is the red and green over here? Okay, so forgot to head it up. So what that means is, let me get to a bigger 5 minute chart. Well, I don't have it here. I'll put it here though. So what that means is if I took this trade, let me do another one. Okay, if I took TLS right now, okay, right now, they're suggesting that it's hard to see because it's so close, but they're suggesting that you would put a stop at say 337. You don't have to do that, of course, but that's what they're suggesting. That if you took the trade, I'm wrong. I'm wrong because that was at 10:45. I have to find one that is more recent. Might be an interesting one. Yeah. So they're saying if you took this trade right here at BMNR, right there, you could put a stop, a suggested stop down here at 61.35. That's it, it's automatically generated. And I can see it's at the low of that 5 minute candle. Not that that's it's not looking back a certain number of candles, but it's some kind of a mathematical formula. It takes a look at the volatility of 15-minute candles and the high and the low of the day, feeds all that in, and it generates a smart stop for you. You don't have to follow it, but that's what that means. Okay, so the red would mean if you took it right now, the red would mean obviously a loss, and if you obeyed that stop loss, and the green is just it's nothing highly scientific. It's just double. If you and this one it's sort of obvious. The green is just double the red distance. Okay, that's all it is. Two times. So let's just say make the math really easy. If you took a stock at $1 and the stop was at 90 cents, then you would see up a green. It would be $1.20. Basically, the stop is 10 cents away. It would put the so-called target 20 cents away. If that makes sense. Again, it's just a guide. If you're new to trading, I mean, it might. I've never ever followed it, but it might be an interesting way if you're starting out. Okay, how do you activate it? Okay, so if you right click on a chart and go to properties, and you see where it says show smart risk levels. You activate that, now you've got them. Now, the interesting thing on a daily chart is they're sort of giving you a swing, okay, a swing level. But would you put a swing? Would you put if you were going to swing this? Would you put the stop $30 away? Of course not. So it's just a guide. I think what they do is they look at the low of 20 days on the swing stop. But of course, no, nobody in their right mind would put a $30 stop. At least this person would not. Again, it is just a guide, okay? And remember, that smart stop changes all day long. It all depends on where, when you click on the alert, okay, that is the smart stop generated if you took the trade right there, okay, at 148. It's hard to see on this chart right here because it's very tight. If if you click on the alert and later on in the day, and it was up at $4, that smart stop gets adjusted upwards. Would be higher, okay? Because remember, it's looking at the high and the low of the day, volatility of 15-minute candles, and then of course that changes as the price goes up or down. So it's the stop at the time of the alert if you took it right there. So how did those ones do from last week, PJ? The IPOs from last week. I mean, I remember they came out and some of them certainly were above the highs or the IPO price. How are they doing today? I can't remember what they were. Well, okay, why not? I'll put BLSH. So this is what you can do, guys, if you want to know when this is going to open. PJ and others are saying it's supposed to open on Wednesday. All you have to do is, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the IPO, my IPO calendar. This is what I use. So this is what you're talking about. So we've got JP Morgan, Jefferies, Citigroup, Deutsche Bank, etc. Priced at 32 to 30, 32 to 30. 32 to 33, but you're saying that it's been up to from 30 million to what, 50 million? So it's supposed to open on Wednesday. So I will now, as I know a little bit more about it, I'll create a price alert. $1. Obviously, it's going to open over a dollar. It's not so much how many, what did you say, 50 million shares now? Oh, yeah, it could open at 70, but it's all about where it's been priced. Oh, 30. Oh, it's still 30 million. Okay, so 30 million and 32 to 33. That's what it's priced at. I'm just going to say big guys behind it. So why do I put the IPO price? Because if it opens at 70, obviously there's a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for it. Okay. Here's another one. Look a few more here, guys. Here's MIAX, Miami International Holdings, slightly, well, less, 15 million between 19 and 21. But, you've got JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Piper. So some pretty big guys behind this one, too. And then here are the cheap ones. Well, I'll put the MIAX also. Create the price alert for it. So why do this? Because there's my shorthand. So 15 million, 19 to 21. And I'll put big guys again. So when and if it opens, it's supposed to open on Thursday. When and if it opens, we know it's going to open over a dollar, but my price alert window will pop up on my screen. I'll see what the structure was: 15 million, 19 to 21. Some big names behind it. Okay, if it opens at 23 or 24, then there's some enthusiasm. But what if it opens at 18? Okay, so there's not as much enthusiasm. That's why I like to do this. Otherwise, I'd have to check to see. Okay, well, what was it supposed to open at? I much prefer this, even if we had some kind of an IPO scan. I much prefer this because what happens is, so on my price alerts window, notice they're down here. I always minimize my price alerts window. And then when I get a price alert, this window will pop up on my screen, so I can't miss it. I can even put a sound alert on it on the window, so I can even hear the sound alert. I do that in case I'm away from my computer. I think that's a far better way than even if we had an IPO scan. Now, sometimes the IPOs show up here as a resume, not all the times. I would say about 90%. In the Halts resumes, it shows up as a resume. I'm missing some of these guys. So the ZIM, wow, a little choppy though. ZIM was a gap up. Look what it did though. Got into the 200-day moving average. Yes, it got a little bit above it. 1835, 1829 or so is the 200-day moving average. 1833 is the 200-day. So you can see the power of the 200-day moving average, how it can act as resistance. And boy, did it ever. I mean, it doesn't happen all the time. Of course not. Pretty simple to trade if it happened all the time. But that's what a lot of traders will look at is the 200-day moving average. How does the stock perform? So that just blocked it from 1828. What are those AI signals? Yeah, so those are past AI trades, I guess. Okay, so if you went to our toolbar, new, and then you'd have to. That's why I don't. Okay, let me back up a bit. If you have our AI, this is my advice. Okay, have this screen up and running. Okay, this is going to give you the AI alerts today. Nothing happens till at least 9:40. You can see right there, 9:40 is the earliest alert you're going to get. If you have our AI, I would incorporate this screen as part of your layout. As long as you open trade ideas, certainly, well, say you open at 9:30, this screen will be blank. So imagine you do this tomorrow. As long as you open around 9:30, of course, if you open into the pre-market, this screen will be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. So what you're seeing there are past AI alerts. Okay, that's what they are. Past AI alerts and showing what they've done since they. So for instance, if this one, continues to do well, TLS, you'll probably see that in that particular. You can track those on if you want. I don't because I'm not interested in them. But if I go to put a new and then dock channel bar, they're basically here. If you take a look at the TIA longs, you'll see the past ones. And my computer's probably going to go a little crazy. So these are the past ones. That's what basically you're seeing. Okay, you see anything here yet? Here you go. These are signals that are in the money. So from past AI alerts, what are they doing? So that's basically what it's telling you. In the money, meaning positive. All right, guys. Well, PTLO now is turning into a gap up and reversal. The low is 730. We're on 728. That is, yeah. So Imran, are you a premium subscriber? Okay. So this is what I would do. Okay, this is how I track them. So if you click on new from the toolbar, first of all, I know you can hear me. So can you see what I'm going to do? I want to make sure you can see my screen. So okay. So you click on new from the toolbar. Notice we've got three. Now you won't have all these options, okay? But you'll have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Those are today's. So you click on that, and this is what you should see. The only thing is, I would do this. See where it says filter and none? This is a drop down. It's a losing proposition for me to convince the company to not do this, but I think the default is to have this check, the profitable trades check. What I would do is I would uncheck it because I'd want to see all the trades all day long. Because even though something may have got stopped out, or maybe it's below the alert price, maybe it's setting up for you in a different way. So I'd want to see them all, and especially this one because this is there's only one today. The reentry price. A lot of people who have our premium AI will just or premium service will just wait for reentries, and the reentry happens if a stock hits the stop at any point during the day, which this one, of course, has done, maps, and then it gets half. I mean, I don't know, it's way too tight to stop for my way of trading. But anyway, the alert was at 114. The stop was at 110. So obviously it hit the stop. If it comes halfway between the stop and the entry price or the alert price at any time during the day, you'll get a reentry. And a lot of people just wait for reentries. Now, sometimes you're not going to get very many. Some days you'll not get any. Now, doesn't mean that when you get a reentry that it's going to work. But I have found that because the reentry is obviously lower than the original alert price because it's halfway between the alert price and the stop. Notice no other stock has hit the stop price and then come back. So even though these are negative, these ones are negative. 2259. Yeah, so this would have to hit 2259, the JNX, and then come halfway between 23.29 and 22.59. You will get an alert right here. If you don't have this column, I would definitely add it. Anybody who with the premium service and the AI would definitely add this column. And all you do is right click and go to columns and then scroll down. It's alphabetical order. At the very least, put the reentry price. You can put the time and the stop if you want, but definitely put the reentry price, and you will get a sound alert. I've done a few videos on this. Then Imram, incorporate this window now as part of your layout. Okay, so you don't have to load it every day. Just incorporate it as part. I'm assuming you have some kind of a layout that you use. Okay, so at the end of the day, you know, at least save your layout to your computer or save it to the cloud, or at the very least, when it says exit, when you click on exit, it's going to ask, do you want to load this layout tomorrow or the next time you load trade ideas? At least do that. And then this will be part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every day. So this is one of those ones. It could be one of those later day. I mean, it could happen earlier than that, but the BJDX, ton of volume, obviously, with that relative volume. I mean, that 300 means it's trading 300 times normal up to this time of day. We're talking 11:14 Eastern time in the morning, of course, and that's 300 times what it normally does at this time, by this time. That's what the relative volume. That's why if you are intraday trading, day trading, whatever you want to call it, this is probably the most powerful filter that we've got, the relative volume filter. Because if you're day trading, you want to be able to locate the stocks that are trading abnormally. All right, I've got to keep an eye on this ALTS. Want to take a look again on the weekly chart. Where could it go? So actually, on the daily chart, that red line represents the next high on the daily chart. That's what that red line represents. So if I scroll back, and I had my daily chart up, I'd have to scroll back. I got to this week right here, which is the week of June 23rd, and that is the next high. So this has still some room to that next high. Call it 960, holding over 9. Ooh, almost disaster. I mentioned a little earlier, keep an eye on the AI, guys. AI, not our AI, but the stock AI. It's still hanging over 17, around 17.12 right now. This is a gap. This is a gap down and reversal play. Really gap down. It's still down. So this is an earnings play, okay? The International Money Express, IMXI. This is an earnings play, and it is now starting to give it up a bit. It's underneath 15. This might be interesting for me. Obviously, it's got a ton of room because it had the massive gap up, and there are shares available for me, about 500,000 at Interactive Brokers. So this has become. When did you take out your subscription, Imran? So this is what I would do. I have no control over this, okay? But so if you go to info at trade-ideas.com and say, hey, I took out it, you didn't know about and it was available 4 days ago, okay? And just say you want to use Barry 25, you get 25% off because it was available. You just didn't know about it. And were usually pretty good. I can't guarantee it though, okay? And just give them your email address and they'll check your account. They'll see that you subscribed 4 days ago. And I can't guarantee it though, okay? But they're usually pretty good, something like that. Let me bring up AI again, guys. The stock, and this is what I'm talking about. You see how it's basing pretty nicely around the 17 level. The high today was not that 1723. Obviously, it's got a ton of room, but it's been hammered down because of earnings, of course. But it has had a nice bounce off the low. I mean, that's a tremendous bounce off the low of the day, 1468 up to 17. That's a great bounce. So just two trades for me today, a little loss on the KSS and a scrambling gain on the BMNR. ONEG. What is this one doing? Didn't see this one at all. One construction group. So again, low volume, 147,000 shares. Again, you might say, well, why don't you just up it? The reason I don't is because at the beginning of the day, these things could just be getting going. So that's why I don't. But click on it. I just don't like. I mean, the relative volume is excellent, 8.5 times normal, but I don't like the overall volume. So far, Pepe, your combo scan has been kind of blah today, right? Maybe the ones over, well, except for the BMNR, of course, the one over 60. Okay, so again, I have such a disdain for the cannabis plays. All the times that you get all this information, people get all enthusiastic. Okay, finally, finally. I mean, MSOS is still up 11%. Don't get me wrong, but it pulled back as probably most of the cannabis plays have. looking at Canopy Growth, CGC, basically a penny stock. So as I said before, guys, to use if you want to use, you can use this. Now this is the change in 5 minutes. Okay, you'll see some positive numbers and you'll see negative numbers. So for instance, here's the BJDX minus 2.7%. That means within a 5 minute period, this has moved down. Now it's now only 0.93%. It's going to be a change. So if you can use this, you can use, if you see a negative number, click on it. If you have this scan or this tree map, and this will show you some pullback plays. Okay. But everybody wants to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. I get that. So you can see some pullback plays. So you can see that BJDX, as an example, pulled back. Well, the VWAP is at 205, and you can see what it did. It pulled right, it actually got it all the way back down to the VWAP. Maybe that is going to act as support. So far, it looks like it is, but not 100%. It's going to. Fast morning for me, guys. 11:23. So Chris is back from his vacation. So he should be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, between 12 and 1. All right, guys. Alts, ALTS. Just put a little bit of a pop. There is still a little bit of room for it. Um, it's not so much the filter, Imran. I mean, because as I said, the odd time I will check the volume and make sure the volume is okay. All right. The relative volume will always be okay because I have a filter that says it has to be over a certain level. But I then will check on the volume just quickly. But mainly, I'm checking the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart to see how much room it's got. And if it's a reversal play, how much room does it have intraday? So it's not so much it's not the filter that I'm checking. I mean, I suppose you could say it's also the VWAP, but I mean, I can really, this is highly visual where the VWAP is, but it's mainly about how much room does it have? Like the alts, okay, the alts. And I've been talking about this one, and the alts has, room up to here, 953, that red line. So it became something that I, interested in. Now, the gap down in reversal, okay, so you're talking very specifically. Well, then I'd be looking intraday. Most of the time, it's going to have a ton of room to run, okay? Because remember, the gap down and reversal, let me just look at one. So the gap down and reversal does not have to be negative, okay? It can just be something that actually gap down. see this. Yeah, so you see my filters here in the gap down and reversal. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't even have to be negative for the day. But oh, sorry, that's the gap up. Just give me a moment. I think I'm wrong, though. I think I'm wrong. Just give me a moment. Yeah, so these stocks could be positive for the day, but remember, my filters are like this. The open had to be the open had to it had to at some point be below the previous day's close. Okay, so at one point you can see the stock was actually below because there was a close. Okay, there was a close on Friday. So at one point, this stock was actually really gapping down. Okay, and then it popped right back up. So it is positive right now for the day, of course, and it's great. There's that high right there, guys. So again, there's a you can see exactly what the filters are that I use. Okay, in each individual strategy in the gap continuation or reversal scan, you can see exactly everything I'm using. So I had to gap down, had to be at least 4% below yesterday. Well, in this case, Friday's close, and that also has to be 50 cents below, and also that has to be at least 4% below. So gap down and then reverse. And at the time of the alert, you're getting a new high for the day. So a lot of these will still be could still be negative for the day. Okay, in this case it's not, but a lot of the gap down and reversals could still be negative for the day. So again, if you want to see what these look like, oops, see I went this. So if you want to see what the gap down up and go looks like, you can click on the configure and you'll see exactly what I'm looking for. You can make changes, guys. You can make changes if you want to. You know, here's the DAVA. I mean, the DAVA was a gap up and reversal scan at when I first got the alerts. This was still positive for the day. It has now gone negative. Okay, this is actually an earnings play, guys. This is a Barrick. Barrick gold play, the gold miner out of Canada, one of the biggest ones in the world. So another one, gap down and reverse. It has not gone positive though. It doesn't have to go positive, but look what happened with the alts. It kind of got stalled very close to that daily high. That's why I think it's important to look left to see where is that next high in the daily chart. You can't see it on the daily, then take a look at the weekly. You can't see it on the weekly, take a look at the monthly. Now, right, I'm out of this one, but I mean, look at what it's trying to do. It came It did pop back. Just always wary of that high. And there's the VWAP above it, 1017. That's far enough away. So, I think you're asking also about AI. You're talking about the stock AI, Imran. So it's still negative. It's still hugely negative for the day, but that was, a gap down and reversal. Still hugely negative for the day. I mean, again, for all the reasons this was down, it's still down. Those reasons still exist. Okay, poor earnings release. Actually, I'm a little bit wrong. They don't officially release earnings until the 27th, August 27th. So they have pre-released and really conditioning the market that it's not going to be good. Well, I mean, if it takes out the high of 1720, maybe that gets it going again. But right now, because as I'm saying, for all the reasons it's down, they still exist. Like all of a sudden, a miracle happened and said, you know what? We were kidding. We're really going to have a great earnings release. All right. I'm just going to contact Christopher Varley. I'm sure he's going to be in our YouTube room after his well deserved vacation. Ooh. Okay, guys. So it will not be Chris. He's got a power outage. I don't think it's just him. Okay, so it may not be Chris. Somebody will be in our YouTube room. It'll either be Steve or Andy. Okay. I guess his area is experiencing some kind of a power outage. He's in the New York City area. So it might not. He's saying if he gets power back by noon, he'll do it. But somebody will be there. I'll put the YouTube link in before I leave. Somebody will be there. Boy, this AI. I mean, following the trade wave here. We get an orange. If that is the trend is starting to move a little bit down. That blue wave, that's trade wave, and if that transitions to orange, let's see on a 2 minute if it has. Yeah, you see on a 2 minute chart, depends on the chart time frame you're using. That is transition to orange, which is now suggesting that the trend is starting to, well, obviously, it is starting to weaken. All depends on the time frame you're comfortable with. Yeah, if I'm probably not going to do anything because I'm going to be on my break fairly soon, but I should just Definitely looking at it. I'd be looking at a short on this one, talking about the AI, the stock AI. Ah, well, I got scared out of my ALTS. Unfortunately, not scared out, but did not get back in. I should have had more faith in the trade wave. Got rid of some, but held on to some. Oh well, if you took this one, be aware that the VWAP is at actually the VWAP's at 10. See, we're using pre-market volume, okay? So that's why the VWAP line, and I think that's better in my opinion, but it's up to you. The VWAP line, which uses our pre-market volume, is at 1018. If you don't use pre-market volume, then it's at 1053. Well, for personally, I would be waiting to see on the 5 minute chart if that would transition to orange. This is trade wave, guys. Part of the standard service. If you want to activate it, I can show people how. And use it as a guide. If you happen to have the, let's say you took AI back here, nothing to do with the buy flags or that you can get, but if you took AI, if you took it right here and then you sort of ride the wave. Now, I'm not saying you wouldn't have taken some off in this area, on that little downturn. It allows you, in theory, to keep in the trade a lot longer if you follow it. Depends on the time frame you're comfortable with. But for me, if that we already saw on the 2 minute, there was a transition to orange. But I'd rather personally I'd rather wait for a 5 minute. So instead of having to stare at it, I could just put a price alert down at 1683, and if I get the alert, I'll click on it, and then I'll see has it transitioned. I don't have to keep staring at it. See if you had taken this TLS from our AI. I'm not saying you wouldn't take anything off at any point, but if you take some off, but then I would just keep riding the wave. Okay, keep riding the wave. It helps to keep in at least a portion of your trade a lot longer if you believe in it. See what William is doing with the Trupanion. That's TRU. So William is our bounce specialist, either our bounce or our parabolic gone too high too quickly, or a fade specialist, call it a fade, bounce fade. When I say specialist, that's what he like. This is how he likes to trade. But William, we are richer from the fact that you're back in the room. Yeah, BJDX. I mean, it's starting to give it up a little too much, in my opinion. See, again, if you this, you see, it's the low floaters. I think are a lot more difficult using Cloud Wave, the Wave, okay, or Trade Wave, because they can be pretty. So even though you can see, the trend was still up, it did not transition from blue to orange here. But look how volatile, in my opinion, it was. Now these are not huge. I mean, 229. Well, that's a lot in my opinion. Going from 229 down to 210 on a percentage basis. I find using TradeWave is a lot probably better on the less volatile stocks, the ones with the super low floats and that the sort of the cheaper, low volatile stocks. I probably wouldn't follow it as much. Look at BMN. Sorry, guys. BMNR now is trying to come back. It's here. Yeah, there it is. BMNR now. I am definitely have a price alert set up in this area here, the 70 level. It sounds crazy, but if it takes out that 70, I'd like to just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, again, let me call I take. Now, I will keep. Okay, Mike. This is what. Now, also showed up here. Okay, in the Pepe scan. This is the one. I will take credit for this. Okay, that is a big deal. But this the gap continuation or reversal. Okay, but this is the combo scan from Pepe, and you see also is there also 908. Okay, so look at AI, guys. So look at AI, and it did not no transition. That's why I wouldn't take that one on the short. But the nice thing about this scan is that you don't get too many alerts, and we won't. The last week we had a few days where we had quite a few alerts in it, but as we get more out of earnings season, we will not get as many alerts. We shouldn't anyway. And why? Because first of all, a 10-day daily break. I mean, what happens for a lot of companies that release earnings is they're at a 10-day high or a 10-day low. So that's the first thing. And also, if they trade options the day of, a lot of times their option volume can explode. Look at TLS as an example. I mean, it's only 1,500, a little over 1,500 contracts and growing, but that's 8 times normal. Okay, so that scan combines abnormal option activity plus a 10-day daily break. You'll get too many, and a high relative volume has to be at least 8. I mean, there are other filters in place, but that's why you don't get too many in that scan. Oh man, DMNR. You just have this feeling. It's no. I'm not saying it's going to take 70 out 70. So I'm not saying buy it now because it's going to, but it just has that look later on. Later on might be might be sooner than later. And what's the spread right now? See, not terrible. I mean, for a stock that is this, rapid or volatile, is not terrible for it. And you're right there, a nickel. I mean, you can't beat that for that type of this type of a stock, in my opinion. Now, you know what one is starting to give it up again is Sarepta. This was a nice gap down in reversal play early, but Sarepta now is starting to fade, and wish I'd seen it right there at 1849 on the transition. See the difference between remember now the SRPT and AI. They were the two stars this morning on the gap down and reversals, but now SRPT, it did transition to orange. I don't know why I'm not getting a buy flag, a sell flag. Hmm. Try something here. On my version of Trade Ideas, I went back a version because it was the version that I had was really taxing my computer. I'm not getting the buy flags anymore or the sell flags. How about you guys? Are you guys still seeing buy and sell flags if you have TradeWave? I'm not getting them right now on this version of Trade Ideas that I have. Well, I didn't think I disabled them. Use browser interface. I didn't think I disabled them. If I did, I didn't do it on purpose. Not that it's a big deal to me. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I saw a buy flag there. I didn't do anything though. I didn't. I'm not. Now they're showing up, but I didn't do anything. You saw. I just toggled it back and forth, and now the buy flag is showing up. I didn't touch the three dots. Okay. Well, thanks for that. I see what you're saying, but I did not, check that. I just toggle back and forth on the, FX, and they're starting to show up now. Well, I'm on, version because remember, I went back a version. I may try the latest version. I'm on 106, not 107. It's not really a new feature, William. I mean, from almost day one, I've always had the buy and sell flags, and this is going way back. So really, as long as I enabled FX. Oh, if you're talking about the 3 dots, I think that is maybe, something new, but I did not, well, you saw I didn't even go here to check it, so it's a matter of I toggled back and forth a few times, and then they showed up. Anyway, not a big deal. Alright, guys, it's, 9:53. Oh, I see, a new feature. Yeah, TLS from our AI is, I mean, I did not take it because I thought that area right here on the weekly was gonna block it, could have blocked it. But this turned out to be a beautiful trade, and it's an earnings play, TLS. It's a 14% move right now if you're still in it. Okay, what I'm gonna do now is I'm not on mute, but I'm gonna put the other announcement up. I'll wait until, whoever is gonna take over for me in our YouTube room shows up in YouTube. And before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in. Hey, guys, so there is the YouTube link, and I'll hang around till another 5 minutes or so. Somebody will take over for me again in our YouTube room. Maps, guys, Maps is starting to make a move here now. Maps is, another one from our AI, I believe. Yes, it is. I didn't like it at the beginning because there was the 200-day moving average, but it is now starting to move. All right, it looks like it's gonna be Chris. He says his power is back. I guess they've been doing some work in the area. That was it. It wasn't like a power disruption because of storms or anything. Anyway, I will, just wait. It's not a matter of my liking Maps. It's, the AI. It's getting stronger. But again, look left. I probably wouldn't like it because looking left, I probably see for me looking left, 126 is too close. It was always too close. Looking left on the weekly chart and all the doesn't mean it's not going to power right through this, but that's just the way I trade. Okay. If I see something that's too close, either on the daily or the weekly, I don't take the trade. But look how call it wrong I was with the TLS. I thought that might block it a couple of weekly highs. It didn't, and it was awesome. But I did not take the trade because of that. So that's why I'm not going to recommend not taking maps. But it has to be up to you. It has to be your decision. I mean, this is now will it stall there? 371, and it got up to 370. And this is an earnings play. I mean, we've had some nice ones from our AI guys. I mean, a couple of nice longs, and now these are shorts. 2167, 2087, 3032, 2928. That's a great one. It's a dollar move. And only one on the reentry. So look at the maps on the reentry. I mean, it's hardly much of a difference between the original alert price, but the one I got knocked out of earlier for a small loss was the KISS, no, KSS.
Is that a fact?
There you are, Mr. Chris Farley. Just give me one moment, Chris. I didn't hear the little telltale pop, so just give me one moment. Okay, guys, in the main room, Chris is in our room now, in the YouTube room. He'll take over for me. I put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Chris. He'll be there for an hour. Hopefully the power will not go off on you. And I'll mute myself now in the main room. I'll mute my music so I can hear you more clearly. You're back. I missed you. I missed you. Not that we talk all the time, but it was just not knowing you were there. It
Well,
bothered me.
I like these exchanges, so this is definitely something I missed over the last week myself, and had missed those last few months where we weren't doing this anymore. Like
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
I prefer this swap over than just starting the live stream cold.
Yeah. Now remember when you exit, I think you're okay, but the other guys when they were exiting, they were stopping the stream.
Yeah, no, I just close out the browser when
Okay,
sharing
good.
control.
They were stopping the stream, so I think they learned their
Old
lesson.
habits and all that, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they said. So just quickly, I'm sure your vacation was excellent and all, and you.
It was phenomenal.
Okay, not just excellent, it was phenomenal.
Yeah,
Okay.
10 days at the beach with lots of family, good
Ah,
food and all
fantastic.
that. So you can't
Okay,
really beat that.
exactly.
And I did not open anything to do with work, the markets, or anything else the
Perfect.
entire time I was there.
Perfect. Okay. Well, you're back in the fray now, so we'll see you in
Indeed,
about
I
an
am.
hour, Chris.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody, let me get this swap to my screen. I just realized to make that swap here. All righty, we're looking good. Barry's moved himself. All right, so get some questions in there from you folks. Open forum here on this. No pre-done content as always. So looking forward to hearing your questions. Give you a second to get those in. We get rocking and rolling here. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you, Deplorable. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Always good to unplug from everything when you get the those opportunities. So I've always found it, before I got as deep into this world as I did, I always thought, oh, those guys are traders and they're working from vacation. That's so cool. And I couldn't disagree with anything like that. And I tend to think those are not real traders at this point. I think any real traders know that they need a time to reset and get away from all this and refresh the mind and all those kinds of things like that. So, anyways, here we are. Folks with questions, please get those in. If not, I don't do a market run around. My power was out earlier, so I don't have anything to show from my races at this point because I just got my power turned back on a few minutes ago. So I don't have a lot to share from there, unfortunately. I'm sure we can find some things to talk about if nobody has any questions for me. I thought I'd give it a moment here. So, all right, no questions coming in. So why don't we, I guess, let's tour the market. Why not, right? We'll start with SPY here. And I was looking at some stuff regarding the market this morning. I guess this gives me a very good opportunity to make fun of people out there, especially the perma bears. Though I'll have to make fun of myself as it looks like the software has crashed out on me. Yay. Great. Phenomenal. I'll shut off Slack. Let's try this again. But first you don't succeed. Try again. But again, any with questions, don't be shy. Get those in. This is meant to be an open forum for you folks to put your questions in, get the answers you need regarding the software, what you're looking for, what you're trying to do with the software. This isn't meant to be me just kind of talking at you about whatever gibberish that comes to mind. There we go. Scott, what do we got going on? A new subscriber, TI. Can you tell me about your style of trading, how you use stock races as your layout available on the TI cloud? So I don't use the races anymore. I have them up there because they're day trading scans, and I've gotten away from day trading completely for various reasons. Chief amongst which is that my work here at Trade Ideas does not allow me to stay engaged with the each tick of a day trade and really focus on it. I just can't put that kind of attention. Second being that I have never been a very good day trader, and I wouldn't even call myself a mediocre day trader. I'd call myself a mediocre plus swing trader. And so that's where I found my first successes was in swing trading. After some success with swing trading, I moved back into trying to add some day trading into it. I had some mild successes for a bit, started handing back some of those gains. I think a big part of it was that my workload here has increased incredibly over the last 12 months, give or take. And so I just moved out of day trading completely. My layout, I can share it. It's, tailored to me. So I don't think there's any real benefit of me sharing my layout with anybody, but I can share it and I will share it. There's probably a scan or two in it that will not work for you because it's attached to my own personal symbols list at this point. So there's that also. It would also appear that I have no data coming in for whatever reason. A lot of technical difficulties going on for me at the moment right now. This is what happens when you take a week off here. Give me a second. There we go. I was on a different connection that I was testing for various items here. Let me drop that cloud link for you. Oh, I appreciate that, 3 Sharp. I get a lot of hate mail, so And I do mean a lot of hate mail. But, you know, I'm trying to learn to let it roll off my back. Shared layout. Sorry, just trying to find the cloud link for that layout here. Why do I get a lot of hate mail? Because people think that they are entitled to a lot of things in life. And when they're not handed them those items, it's obviously my fault. So, you know, a lot of folks just think that they're entitled to success in the market and that trading should be easy and that we should hand them bots that they just turn on and make them money. And, you know, that's just not the case. And they don't like being told that. And then they tell me what a not so great human being that I am and that I am terrible at my job and all those things like that. So it is what it is. When you work in any kind of support and service industry, you take a beating from the public. That's just the way it goes, unfortunately. I don't like it, but got to learn to deal with it, I guess, for now. So that's a cloud link to my layout there. Things that are not going to work in that layout for you. This here, my like, these are my liked symbols that I have for various reasons. Some of them are there for testing some stuff. Some of them are there because I own some dividend positions in them for a very, 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 very long time. Some of them were stocks that I've been or currently are interested in looking at for swing positions. So that's the short and skinny for you there, Scott. And of course, folks, keep the questions coming. That is what we are here for. That is what we're trying to accomplish. Get you folks moving in the right direction with software. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. I've worked in customer service, you know, including trade ideas now for, I don't know, 31 plus years. So I do take it kind of personally when people take shots at me. Something I need to work on my own. Thank you, Scott. Thank you. So I appreciate that, Scott. And so I've got that layout there for you. And let me just go over a few things in it that you're going to find if and when you open that layout. So I'll start with this scan up here. And anybody with questions, please don't be shy. Get those in because I can circle back to questions. I can work them into what I'm going over now, you know, all those kinds of things like that. So don't be shy, get those in. So this scan right here with the pink X that I just drew on it, I'd go over that real quick for you. So all races are an underlying top list essentially. And then it, you know, looks for stocks that meet the filters of the top list, and then some underlying things go on afterwards for the sorting, and then how the race works afterwards. So I'm going to work backwards from the top list through and the sorting to the race on that. So what I've done is I've asked this scan at the core to say, hey, listen, scan, I'd like you to find me stocks between $2 and $30. And while I don't use Bollinger Bands as an indicator on my charts, in the spirit of John Bollinger and the original purpose of Bollinger Bands, which was not revision of the mean for those that do use it for that, it's meant to be a momentum indicator. Break a top band, momentum upside, break a lower band, momentum downside. I'm oversimplifying it, you know, a bit, but that's, you know, more than less what the purposes of all that is. And so I'm saying in the scan, please find stocks that are 85% above the lower Bollinger Band, meaning they're moving up towards the top band, haven't necessarily quite broken out on that top band, but there's potential for that breakout that's going on there. Stocks got to trade at least 400,000 shares on the day. And I've got this volume metric in there just to make sure that the stock is trading kind of consistently. Like, what do I mean by that? I don't want to, you know, a stock could trade, you know, 1 million shares on the day, but it might just be trading big blocks every little while. And that's not something I was interested in when I was day trading. So I don't want to see stocks that trade 40,000 shares here, don't trade for 20 minutes, trade another 30,000 shares here, don't trade for an hour, so on and so forth like that. So I want to make sure that it's a consistent trade that's going on there. I don't need it to be crazy volume or anything like that. I just want to make sure it's liquid enough that I'm not sitting on a spread or, you know, the bid or the ask trying to get in or out or anything like that, best as I could. And I said, scan, once you've found those stocks that meet this criteria, I want the ones that are up the most from the open at the top of the scan. And so that's what the underlying top list does. And then from there, inside the race setup, Let me get rid of that red X or that pink X now. I said, we're going to run 3-minute races. And the reason I did that originally is I used to use 15-minute charts on my day trading. So 5 3-minute races equal to 15-minute candle. That was the thought behind it. I also like that when you have shorter races, you get more winners here on this. And I like to sort them by top 10. And it helps create a watch list, and it forms that watch list a little faster. So that's my thought process behind there. There's no right or wrong answer on these things. It really becomes one of those test it and see what you like. And those testings could take days to weeks and things like that. I believe the races default to 10-minute races, and I did start with those 10-minute races at first, and then I brought it down to 5 minutes and 6 minutes. I tested a few different things for various reasons, and I settled on the 3-minute races, and I've left it like that for now. I don't have any real reason to change it. So that's where that lies with that, and that's the reasoning behind the 3-minute races. And then I said I want it based on a total accumulation of change from the open. I used to do it from the delta, and the delta, what that meant is, let's just say we've got all the stocks. Now let's start them even, how they're moving according to the change from open. If we started them even once they got on the race, for whatever reason, I started experimenting with the total move from the open, and I left it like that afterwards. I don't really think there's much of an edge one way or the other for me. And I'd say one of the harder parts of it goes back to, I'll just bring the full story in since there's no other questions coming in. I had moved away from day trading back in, I want to say, late 2020, give or take. Let's say August of 2020, give or take. I just moved away from day trading, and I started to find some more success in swing trading. It was my first successes, basically. And then a funny thing happened as we started to top out in the market around January, February-ish of 2022. The market was still near all-time highs at that point, but underneath things were breaking down and deteriorating. Stocks that were above, percentage of stocks that were above their shorter moving averages, 10 and 20 days, market breadth and things like that started to deteriorate underneath. So while the overall averages were still kind of holding up well, overall the market was starting to break down underneath. Lo and behold, of course, we run into a bear market. I guess it's something like April of 2022. And my swing trading wasn't going so well anymore at the beginning of January, middle of February. And we had just kind of released the stock races, I don't know, the end of 2021, October, November, something like that. And so I said, let me give a shot with these things. I got to play around with them more and make sure I really understand them. And I started scanning with them. Ideas were coming through that I kind of liked. And I started just day trading a little more. And I was trying to apply some of what I was doing risk management wise to the day trading side. I was having some mild success for, I don't know, several months. And then, I wasn't all of a sudden again. So that's kind of the background of a lot of that went on there and what I did with that. So that's that scan. Let me hide the race setup here. And this race setup, I did something similar, but in the, in the race setup itself, it's all pretty similar. The underlying top list was slightly different. And in that underlying top list, what I did was $8 to $30. So I upped it a little bit from the low side of pricing. A little more volume on this, 550,000 shares versus 400,000 shares up there. Left that volume metric the same, and I still sorted it change from the open like that. That was really it. This race here, kind of a screen filler. It was a play on Barry's 10-day daily breakout scan. And that's all that was there at the core. And again, stocks up from the most from the open and things of that nature here. Left it at the 3 minutes for me. I did do it on the delta instead of the total accumulation. Because of the way the scan was based on that 10-day daily breakout from Barry, essentially. So that's the short and skinny on those right there. I see some other things coming in here, so let me circle into those now. I open your setup. There's so many other scans and alerts. Yeah, I've got a number of what are they called? Compare count windows. Excuse my brain fart there for a second. I've got a bunch of compare count windows in there. So, you know what? Bear with me here. I'm going to swap screens real fast and I can go over some of that stuff. Bear with me while I move this. share screen, entire screen. So here's my other screen with the number of things on it that you can see here. So I've got these, drawing some pink X's on them. I got these compare count windows. These are all kind of intraday ones here, and they're based on market cap and some new highs versus new lows. Fairly simple and straightforward in those. I don't think there's a whole lot to go on in there. And then I've got this 30-day, what I call 30-day market breadth, new highs versus lows. And that one's a little more behind it. Let me go over that real fast here. Let's get into the configure and look at the green data. And I said, we're going to look at stocks, obviously making new highs here on the day. Excuse me, stocks making 30-day highs. This includes weekends here. So that's why that 30 is in the alert filter on this side. And then I want to make sure the stocks that we're looking at through this, I don't want to look at everything impacting it, but I don't want to leave out the smaller stuff either, because there's been a lot of times over the last few years where people are, oh, it's only the Mag 7 holding up the market. And it's just absolutely not true. I think it's just either people that are disingenuous or truly don't understand how the market works whatsoever, but they've got a subscription service newsletter they're selling and they want to sound smart and whatever else. So I didn't want to cut out all the junk stocks, but I didn't want to cut out small caps either with this. So I said, the stock's got to trade at least 250,000 shares on a day. It's got to average at least 75,000 shares on the day over the last 3 months. Got that market cap there of, 500 million? I think I did 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, 5 billion. Market cap of 5 billion. I think I did, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. What the heck do I have there? I can't count the zeros anymore. Sorry, 50 million on that. And that's really it. That's the short and skinny. And then on the flip side of that, red data, same thing with the selected alert. We're looking at new lows over the last 30 days. Again, weekends are included. And it's the same exact filters over on this side for that. And so it just gives me a little more risk on, risk off indicator, what's going on. Higher the number here, what we're looking at, obviously feeling a little more risk on. One thing that I think is very, very important for people to understand is that stocks move, then the indexes move, right? You don't see the indexes move and then stocks move. Actually, that's the way it goes. So when you see this really moving, that means the stocks are moving. There's a good chance you'll see the indexes follow afterwards in that regard. It's not always, they're not in perfect lockstep or anything like that. And it depends on the stocks that are moving and how much it could or could not move the index and things like that. So it's important to understand those parts of the market and how market cap affects and things of that nature, what the weighting is of things like the SPY versus the RSP, which is the weighted S&P 500. Those kinds of things are important to understand. They take time, right? These aren't things that I learned overnight. I'm still learning stuff to this day, and I don't have it all. I don't know it all. I don't get it all right. That's just the way it goes in life with these things. But we're always a student of the market myself like that. So that's what you're looking at there. And then I've got this sector analysis scan here. I think I swapped that to be a shared list. So I don't know, it's like 70 something different ETFs in here, various ETFs that interest me over the years. Some are more or less traded. For example, you got your pot stocks here in the MJ. LIT represents your lithium ion stuff, this automated driving here, clean energy. Some of these I know off the top of my head, some I don't. Your chip makers here on those, oil, retail, consumer discretionaries, communications here on the XLC, communication on the VOX, so on and so forth. So, you can give a look at all these different things. It goes all the way down, gold and natural gas, cloud computing, KWEB representing your Chinese internet stocks, FXI representing your large cap China stocks, XOP representing your natural gas and oil exploration, things of that nature. So, that's a short and skinny with those things that are there. I've got the trade wave 5-minute buy on there. Just, I don't know, I put it up one day, I left it up there. I don't really use it, to be honest, but it's there, so that's the short and skinny that I've got going on all that. Let me move this back to my main screen now. Let's see. I don't think I can just swap screens. It's kind of unfortunate. And sometimes they make these updates with these programs and software and apps, and they do not make them for the better. I'd say that's one. All right, so back on the main screen there. So yeah, a bit of the ins and outs and the short and skinny. So Ollie, a lot of questions were pretty slow. The spelling on typing. I was trying to prep for today. I was clueless how to use Holly Assist. Watch all the videos in the user's guide. Not use the softwares as yet. All right, so I think it's going to go with Ollie for the name and not Allie. But correct me if I'm wrong. Pronunciation and language is never my strong suit, although shockingly enough, I do speak fluent Spanish. So let me share a video that you may find more helpful, but watch this video later. You don't have to watch this video now for Holly. I would say watch this video later, right? And give me specific questions about Holly if you have them, right? Just make sure you're logged into the software, of course. I mean, that's important. But that video is saved for something later when I'm not live. While we're live here, get the questions into me. You know, give me something specific you need on Holly, maybe how to find it, load it. I can give you 2 cents on those things, so on and so forth. But shooting in the dark, I don't want to go over something that's not important or doesn't mean anything to you, or maybe it's lost on context if you don't have the software even loaded. Because I know it's, once in a while, for whatever reason, people's layouts don't load the default layout on the startup, which can be a problem in its own for some of the context. So, all right, let me continue to pile through here. You got it, Scott. Happy to give that explanation. All right. So, yeah, there's no pre-market on Holly. Holly will not make a first alert until 9:35 a.m. Eastern time, so 5 minutes after the market open. My suggestion always is this with Holly: go to New and look for Premium AI Strategy Trades window. When you open it, you get this window here, which is actually just a mirror of what I had there already. So it's that there. Make sure there's no filters. I think it defaults to only show profitable trades. That's what it does. Oops, hold on. I got to update here. And there we go. Forgot to put my browser interface with the picture-in-picture charts. Supposed to be displaying those. Pardon me. All right. So make sure you've got no filters going on here and here, that you're looking at all strategies, you're looking at all trades. I like to look at all trades, you know, especially because you have things that are down now and they can have what's called a trade around, meaning that, you know, it was underwater for a while on the trade, and then all of a sudden it moves back up. So it's Holly, you know, you get the real-time alert. You'll see here, you know, time entry time, the symbol and the price, and that happens in real time. You get that alert. And there's other data that you can have displayed in these columns up here, and I'll go over looking at some of those columns. And if you give me a moment, I'll go over back testing. So you get these real-time alerts that come in here, and if you right-click, you can look for columns, and you're going to see the master list of columns over here on the right. You're going to see what you're displaying on the left, and if you go ahead and you were to click any one on the right and use the arrow to send it to the left, and you pressed OK, it would display that new column for you there and add it, and you can remove them obviously just as easy. You select on the left, move it back to the right to get rid of it if you don't want to see it. So there's different various data points that are important to different people for different reasons, so on and so forth with that. That is more than less the in and outs of Holly as far as the alerts go. There's no way to program Holly or tell it to look at something specific or anything like that. Holly has its own strategies. They're optimized and backtest each night. There's, I don't know, 50-something, 60 base strategies. The ones that optimize and backtest the best each day come out to be displayed and run that day. And if and when a stock meets any of those strategies, you get that real-time alert. If you right-click, you come to Actions. You can check Play Sound, and you can set up the sound here. I think Holly defaults to be female text-to-speech sound alert. You can change it to male. You can change it. These are all kind of the same. They're all like a beep or a ding like that. Very, very slight difference in a couple of them. I think that's it. I don't use sound in trade ideas, just my personal preference. I haven't used sound for a very, very, very long time. Teach their own. Some people want those. I'm not one of them. Press OK once you've got that all set up. And anytime Holly makes an entry or gets stopped out, you'd get an alert that that happened like that. There is what we call a re-entry, meaning if the stock, the Holly alert got stopped out and it retraces, I want to say 75% back to the entry from the stop, the original entry to stop, you get a re-entry. There's no alert on that, just a column that you can add here again on the columns. If you right click, go to columns. They're in alphabetical order, so you want to, for R, re-entry time on that, re-entry price, you can add those, re-entry stop price, so on and so forth. Those are all there as options for you if you so desire. In my personal trading, once I exit a stock, I almost never re-enter it personally, whether I get stopped out or I made a profit on it. Just a personal preference for whatever reason. I'd never trade the same stock in recent times twice very well. If I would, on my swing positions, if I exit something, I usually don't look at the stock for at least 3 to 5 days after I've exited it. Mostly because I don't want to be mad if it keeps going without me and kind of revenge trade it or anything like that. It's just a personal thing about me. And I also don't want to congratulate, I believe in not congratulating yourself or berating yourself too much, right? If you had a plan and you traded the plan, you get stopped out on the trade. That's it. You executed the plan. It happens. We're going to get stopped out of trades all the time. And if I made a profit following the plan, I don't want to watch it take off from me afterwards and like, oh, I'm so foolish. I should have stated, no, I had a plan. I executed that plan. The plan led me to profit, and that's all I need to know. Then I can journal it, and then I can go back and look at it days later and say, okay, maybe I need to refine the plan and so on and so forth reasons. But then some of that emotion where I got, left money on the table, I moved away from that. So Mike, see what's happening. Good to see you here. Good to see you. No, just a local, a beach not too far from where I live in New York. That's all. I spent a solid 10 days out there with family. So Ali, let me know if what I'm saying makes sense. If you have questions on anything that I've gone over, if you've been able to locate Holly now. All those kinds of things like that. I want to make sure that what I've said makes sense and that you're getting something out of this. I don't want to keep moving forward or ignoring something that might be important to you. Tasnim, welcome. How are you? How can I apply a strategy to my symbols list? So if you create any scan and you come into the configure of it, and you've got a symbols list that you created, go to the symbols list tab, go to add existing list. These are all going to be in alphabetical order. And any ones that you created will say personal in a bracket. So I've got this global track. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do there. I got this global tracker list. So you can see that here. And I can't really highlight like that, but you can see that here. It's in blue right there. It says personal in those brackets, and that's, a list that I created. And you go ahead and select it so you can see how after I clicked it, it's over here on this side now. I put a check mark in it, and there's a drop-down menu here that says only the following lists or exclude the following lists. So you can do either one. You can have a scan look at multiple lists, or you can have a scan exclude multiple lists, or just one list, however you want to do that, like that. And that's the short and skinny on symbols list there. And that's how you can make your own watch list and so on and so forth like that. So let me know if that makes sense. If you have other questions that I don't want to skip, like I said, I never want to skip over something. I want to make sure you folks, get what you were looking for out of this whole session right here. So, all right, that makes sense to you, Ali. Perfect, excellent. And one thing I forgot to cover, I'm sorry, on the Holly thing. I said to you, when you're looking for the trades themselves, a premium AI strategy trades window, there is this AI strategy window if you want to look at it. It has other information in there. And so you can see which strategies came today to the table that were enabled. So we see we got a good spread on them. Something I hesitate to say, but I think it's important since it exists and it does work like this. Originally, there was just Holly. That was it. It was Holly. And then a couple of years later, some new Holly strategies were created, and they had some specific things about them that couldn't be adjusted through the backtesting and optimization. And those were what we called Holly Neo strategies. And then there were just some brand new ones. We called them Holly 2.0. And since there was, different people had different hands in them, I guess maybe more of a credit thing, we called it Holly 2.0. But they backtest and optimize the same as the Holly Grail strategies did. That's what we called the original Holly strategies. It all became very confusing and a situation that, in hindsight, didn't help anybody essentially. And so we combined all the Holly 2.0 into the Holly Grail, but Holly Neo we couldn't, because all Holly Neo strategies, their relative volume filter can't really be adjusted. All the stocks that come from Holly Neo have to be high relative volumes. It can't drop below a certain number. I don't know what that is. It's proprietary. Not even I know what that is. So they don't get back tested and optimized exactly like what we call the Holly Grail and formerly Holly 2.0 strategy. Just the way it is. That's the way it goes. That's the way it works. And so all Holly Neo strategies, there's only 4 of them. They come every day, no matter what happens, with the back-tested win-loss and all that stuff like that and profit factor. No matter what happens, they come there. And you'll see them, sometimes they're not performing real well on the back test, and sometimes they are performing real well. These aren't historical. These don't go back years on the win percent and profit factor. It's just how it back-tested and optimized last night specifically. And so that's the short and skinny on all those items that are right there like that. So I just encourage, yes, it does say Holly Grail. It does say Holly Neo. There is no 2.0 anymore. 2.0 just got squashed into Grail. So it doesn't even exist anymore. Nowhere can it be found as far as the software goes, because it's just in the Holly Grail. But I encourage everybody, just think of it all as one Holly. It's all one Holly. That's all there is to it. If some people want to know the relative volume, that what they're going to see as more or less relative volume. So you can count when you see a Holly Neo segment here alerting, and you can see that I have that as a column over here. You're going to find higher relative volume when those alerts come through. That's just the way that works. And there are more breakout and breakdown strategies, gaps usually involved, and things like that with the Holly Neo. So I think that's important to note right there. And again, with this strategy window, where it's just the strategy, it doesn't tell you what the alerts were. If you right click, there's some columns you can add and take away and things like that. Some different data points in there if you so desire to know, look at, and understand. So, all right. So I think that covers all that. Let me just hit the back testing real quick here, because that was asked and I didn't mean to skip over it. I said I'd circle back to it, so I apologize. Hopefully you're still with me when you asked the back test. Only alert windows can be back tested. So let me just bring out an alert window here for my cloud. Let's find something. Here's an alert window. I'm always, I get into back testing modes like everybody else. I'd love to create a strategy that I could automate that, puts a few dollars in the brokerage account. I've yet to get one that works in automation for any long period of time. They just always seem to break down over time, and just the way it goes. But let me mess with this here. We'll call it, I called it Momentum Auto. So essentially I created the scan. I don't even remember what's in it. It's been so long since I looked at it. Let's look at it real quick. So we're looking at stocks between $3 and $15 traded. Was that 2 million shares on the day? Yeah, 2 million shares on the day or more. Got a relative volume of 15. Looks like it. The gap down could be no more than 15% for whatever reason I chose that. Got a 1 minute RSI of 65 or higher, and its 1 minute volume on a percent basis 1200. Meaning it's doing 12 times what it normally does for 1 minute volume on a percent basis. And that's a 10-day look back on that average like that. So that's what I did. I created that scan. And then if you right click, you'll see backtest strategy on the options there for the alert window. And you get a whole bunch of different tabs here that you can go over and decide what you want to do. On the risk management, I ask everybody, please, 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 please stick to constant amounts as far as a stop loss and percent, a stop loss and target of either a percent or a dollar. Do not use the filters. The filters don't translate to the back test the way you think they're going to. In order to use a filter, you would have to create a custom filter, subtracting price, and it's got to give you a dollar amount. And there's a whole, it's a complicated walkthrough on all this, and it's a very, very advanced set of using the software here. So in the interest of time and not going down rabbit holes right now, I would just say, please just use a percent or dollar amount for your stop and or target. On the advanced side of things here, again, do not use the advanced exit conditions. The advanced exit conditions cannot be translated to live trading. If you were to create something that you want to run in Brokerage Plus and automation, and someone say, well, why do you have it if it can't translate there? There are people that want to back test, they don't want to automate the strategy. So for those people that want to use the advanced conditions, fine, go ahead. The advanced conditions involve using an alert for the exit, but just know that it can never be translated to live trading. Just the way it works. And the reason it works that way is because brokers can't, we're not holding the orders on our side for this type of orders that get sent. All orders get sent to the broker immediately. So your opening order gets sent with a set of bracket closing orders. They hold the orders. We do not hold the orders. That's the way market mechanics works. That's the way that works. I don't want to dive into the rabbit hole of the money machine, but that will work very differently. But it does not work with alert windows. It works with top lists, and we do hold the orders on that side. I don't have all the information on that. I haven't tested any of that myself. I just know what I know from Dan. So again, I'm trying to not, I want to stick to what we can do, not what is coming down the pipeline right now. So that's that. In the summary here, we got a list of what we're doing with the trade here or with the back test here. We can back test around 60 market days, depending on how market holidays fall. I've seen it go as far out as 67 days. I've seen it go as few as 59 days. So just know that the back test is around 60 days. There's no way to increase that data at this time. Maybe someday. I would love if we did. I campaign for it personally, but that's the way it is. So once you've got this all set up here, your entry time, when you're exiting, when you want this to stop back, stop taking entries, you must have a timed exit. There's no way to avoid a timed exit on these. You don't have to have risk management outside of that. You press simulate buy. And then we're going to get something that looks like this, and it's going to give us a graph and a whole bunch of other things we're going to go over. I'm also going to give you all a video right now that I did on back testing. Where is it? Where is that video, Chris? There it is. Here it is. Copy the link. Enter the link here. Let's paste the link. There we go. This is a very, very in-depth, long, detailed video I did on back testing for you folks right there. Here's also the user's guide on back testing. Our back tester uses 1 minute open, high, low, close data. We do not have tick data. You are never going to find someone that does tick data on back testing the way we do back testing. That would be an insane amount of data to hold. I couldn't even fathom how much data that would be to hold. But here in the back test, we get a summary, some different equity curves here based on, these items on here. So you've got just the gross, the include commissions or shares per trade on the commission, so on and so forth. So you can do different things in here to see how that would hold up in different environments for commissions or no commissions. We get the total trades here, percent on winners, winners versus losers. Your profit factor, something to keep in mind here that I think is super duper important is profit factor and spread between winners and losers is infinitely more important than your win percent. And here's why. If you had 50% winners, but you were at, you win $1 for every dollar you lose, you're going to lose money over the time on that spread. And you're not even really going to make money being at 50%, 51% or 52%. You need to get that up to like 60 something percent on the winning. And the odds of you doing that are as good as the odds of you becoming a professional moneymaker in Las Vegas on the spread that they create for you there. Your best sports gamblers are at like 50 something percent on the winners, right? So it's no different when it comes to the market. The market's not set up for you to win like that. So you want to have your edge needs to be your winner must be much larger than your losers in general. Striving for maybe, For every $2 you win, you lose $1 is a spot to start anyways. I think you really want to get that 3+ on the one. You want to keep that at a constant, the 1 on the loss. And then you don't have to win so much, right? You don't have to focus on winning so much. If you got a plan that works like that and sticks it out. I know this looks good right now. For a while, this thing looked like absolute heap of, dog doo-doo, just the way it was. This works better, I think, in bull markets. We've been in a bull market again for several months again since, I don't know, sometime in May, let's call it. I don't know what it is. We crashed out that fast bear market back in April, whatever it was. Everybody can look at a chart and determine for themselves what they think was the bull and bear market. And that is the short and skinny on that part of that there. I think the daily chart here is much more important. You want to see that your winners are much bigger than the losers. You don't mind the losers being outnumbering as long as you don't have big losing days, right? And you also want to make sure on the equity curve here, the equity curve could look good, but if you just have 1 or 2 big winning days, well, if 1 or 2 big days is making that strategy, it may not be for the long term that strategy. So you want to look at that spread there, and you want that healthy, decent amounts of larger days here. You want on the upside, you want no large days on the downside, things like that. You come into the calendar, you can see what stocks did what on those days. You double click here, and it gives me a entry and exit price. Now, your entry price is always going to be, and the times always be time stamped into that tick actually that existed because the alert happened at that point. We have that on our alert servers. The exit price is going to fall within that 1 minute open, high, low, close candle. So you got to keep in mind of how that works like that. If that price exists within the candle, the exit's getting triggered, whether it was a stop loss or, if it was a timed exit, then you're just going to get the minute on that timed exit like that as well. And you can see how all the exit times here are rounded to the nearest minute versus these have the seconds on it on the entry time. I set the default to 100 shares here, I guess, and gives you gross profit, loss, so on and so forth on that. And then if you want to get into the nitty gritty of all this and the real rabbit hole, there's the optimization tab here, and how it broke down by price of stocks, and you can change that interval to $10. With 10, press enter, time of day, the interval on that, 1 minute, 30 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, so on and so forth. And then other filters. This is the massive rabbit hole. Every filter that we offer is in here, and including if you create any custom filters yourself through the formula editor, those will be in here as well. And you can see how each one of those may or may not impact the scan regardless if you use that filter in the scan. So it's the big picture overall view. I know that was a huge amount, and hopefully you're all still with me. I see there's a lot of stuff that's come in, I believe, on questions, so let me circle back and then through those, and I'm going to call that a wrap on the back testing for a moment anyways. We talked about the symbols list. There's no way to apply the trade wave to your own strategies using the Market Explorer. The Market Explorer works on a completely different tech. That's how we're able to create those scans like that. So you get what you get out of Market Explorer scans. There's no adjustment. There's no list that can be done on it. You just load them and you watch them, and that's it. There's no anything else. You just get what you get with the Market Explorer for the time being, anyways. Not sure on post disappearing. I don't see any edits here, and only myself and a few others could edit anything as far as the YouTube channel goes. They're 3 sharp, so at the moment, everything looks on the up and up from my end. As far as Holly and the trade wave goes, sure, you can kind of put them together. So you can have the trade wave on a chart and see the alerts come through, and see how that looks on whatever chart you want to use, whatever what the heck is trade wave. I'll change this how this works. Indicators, trade wave. There we go. All right. So on the shorter time frames, you could just say so. Trade wave is meant to indicate trend, right, and then strengthen trend. So it's a EMA cloud crossover. So we can see here the trend has become strong over this 5 minutes here. And then we see as it tightens up, we can see the band here, the cloud tighten up, and we never get the sell signal on it, taking us out, and we start to trend up again like that. So you can combine the trade wave with Holly and saying, look, I've got the Holly alert, and let me see where we look on the trend on various time frames. Whether you want it to be a 1 minute time frame, 5 minute, 15 minutes, 60 minutes, so on and so forth. And so that's how you can kind of combine them in. At some point you have to get some knowledge on candlestick charting. You have to get some knowledge on indicators, how they work and trends and so on and so forth. You need to become a CMT and end all be all knowledge of anything. No, you don't. Definitely nothing to that degree. But you definitely need to know a little bit anyways, right? So that's how I would combine those there, Ollie, as far as that goes. Are there basic explanation of what strategies are and how they should be used to see, which I'm interested solely from a black. I don't want to trade solely from a black box. Yeah, on the Holly page, let me find it for you. We've got a description of what these strategies are looking for as far as that goes. Bear with me while I find that. There we go. So that's a list of the Holly strategies and a description of what they're trying to do there. Got that. Arthur, to circle back on our CEO Dan was talking about the trade wave and that we will be hosting or holding the orders on our servers, or certain orders anyways on our servers with the trade wave, not trade wave, excuse me, the money machine. That will hold orders on our servers so they don't get sent right to the broker. And so there's no selling of those orders in the order flow or, anything like that. That's still down the road right now. I've been out this is my first day back in 10 days. So I'm still catching up on things right now. I do know that, the money machine, it's still in the works. I can imagine Dan is chomping at the bit to have it all released at this point. When I say all released, the simulated paper version of it, that will get released first to all premium users when the live version goes live. Right now, the intent is the people that are on a specific wait list from last year. There isn't another wait list open right now. It's just that first wait list. They will get first access to buy the live add-on. I don't want to get, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves with anything like that. Let's get to the simulated version where, even I haven't had it yet to test. We got to get there first still. I know it's, with the exception of any bugs that pop up in the software, it's the one and only sole focus of that's not true, actually. We have other things that are being innovated on the side here, the alerts on the chart. There's other stuff going on, but for the most part, there's a couple of people that their sole focus in life is the money machine right now on the development side. So that's where that all goes. So Arthur, no, you got that correct. That Dan has mentioned, he showed off some of that because Dan's on like a super duper developmental version that's several versions ahead of from where I am at this point. So that's, it's all in the pipes. It's all in the pipes. Mighty Mouse, what are my thoughts on UNH for swing trade? I don't know. What is UNH? United Health. It's in a downtrend, so I don't buy stocks in a downtrend. There's nothing on this chart that would make me interested in this in the least bit right now. Got to bottom first. And, bottoming is subjective. Is it in a bottoming process right now? I don't know. Maybe. It hasn't gone down for a few days, but it certainly ain't going up. I need to see a stock start to trend up. So I got to see a low and then a higher low and a higher low. And then I got to see a high and a higher high and a higher high. And I got to see some kind of channeling of a trend up. It doesn't have to be in a straight line like that in a perfect channel. could look something like this, right? But I don't buy stocks in downtrends. That's all. So this, for all I know, this thing could gap up to $400 tomorrow, and it may been the greatest swing trade of all time to take sometime today and then tomorrow. But there's nothing on this chart that indicates to me that that's going to happen whatsoever. And just in case, people say, oh, well, I think they're one of the biggest health insurance providers in this country anyways, the world, whatever it is, I don't know. That's fine and dandy. Don't forget about, things like GE and what happened and how GE was a dead stock for how long. And GE was a dead stock for a very, 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 very long time. So let's not forget that, right? There's other stocks that we could see examples of that, and they either didn't come back or didn't come back for a long time. So I don't speculate. I never speculate. So that's my 2 cents on UNH. Users can delete their own post. Yeah, so that could have happened. Got it. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Thank you, Perfect Circle. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I know that they had whatever going. Like, clearly, earnings aren't favorable to it. I don't know what else happened with this stock, to be honest. Looking at the Wayback Machine here, I mean, first off, it doesn't look like it really went anywhere for a very long time in here, and it sold off whatever was going on there, and tried to bounce and sold off again, and it bounced actually pretty good, right back to the top of that range, poked its head over, and then, I mean, it just came undone right there. So, I don't think there's any way to predict that this was going to happen here. But I would say this, stock wasn't trending up for a very long time. So unless you had some fundamental reason to be owning it, I don't do fundamentals, to be honest. Give me charts or give me nothing. I like price, volume, support, and resistance for the most part, and trying to find trends. And you can use support and resistance to find trends, higher highs, higher lows, things of that nature like that. So that's what I'd be looking as far as UNH goes. So, all right, I think I touched on at least everybody's stuff here. Let me throw my earphones in. I know I got 5 minutes before 1 o'clock comes, but sometimes Barry will pop in a little earlier. But I hope if he's listening, he takes his full break and relaxes and all those things like that. But let me just get the earphones in for when he does make his way back. But again, I tried to encompass everything, and a lot of the things that I've talked about, there are big, big rabbit holes we go down and go further, especially with the back testing. So if there are other questions or I didn't quite touch on what you were looking for well enough, please don't be shy. Get some questions in for me. Let me know, or, say, hey, Chris, you touched on this, but not enough of this part of that, or this was unclear. And I'll circle right back into it to make sure I'm not leaving you hanging. Bike rider now. Yeah, I forgot Barry and his bike rides, right? Yeah. Listen, I talked at the beginning of this, went on vacation. I don't really look, I did not look at any work stuff related. And, I took a peek at the market here or there, as far as the futures, won a few different overnights. But I wasn't like really in tune. I was not in tune with the markets whatsoever. Also, it's inevitable when I'm on vacation with tons of family and stuff like that. Someone always asks me some kind of market questions or anything like that. And, I have a passion for looking at charts and things like that, so I can't help myself when someone asks me a question like that. But it's good to unplug. That's where I was going with this. And even if it's something like what Barry does, he goes on a bike ride for 45 minutes, whatever it is, those few minutes of just getting your mind onto something else and let it, cleanse itself of any clutter that's in there work related. I don't think that you could put a price or put a value level on how important that is. Just my 2 cents. And I'm sure there's someone that disagrees with me, and, they're probably making more money than me and every right to disagree with me for that. All power to them. Hope the market doesn't go. I'm sorry. Do you consider good news to support technical stuff? The news upside. I don't really look at the news, to be honest. 3Sharp. I painstakingly avoid news. And how many times have we seen a stock post their earnings came in line with estimates and all those things like that, and they're looking good for their guidance, and the stock freaking sells off, right? It's all good news. But the stock sells off. What the heck, man? Like, that don't make sense at all. And on the flip side of it, how many times have we seen a stock? They missed earnings, they've guided poorly, and they're down a day or two, and then 5 days later after earnings, they're up. Like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, and yet the news was bad. So I try not to get tied up into the news like that, especially that I'm not day trading. I do know, like, look, if you're day trading and you've got a pharmaceutical stock that's one of the, let's say 10 hot stocks that are really moving that day, and there's a couple pharmaceutical ones, you want to know if it's phase 3 that went through, or it's phase 1, or FDA approval, this, that, the other thing. That is important to know. I understand wanting to know those things like that. So. I just, for whatever reason, me and the news, we don't jive. As far as 24-hour trading goes, it's coming. I mean, look, there's already stocks you can trade 24 hours on various brokers. It's here already. I do know that we have some preliminary work that has started behind the scenes many months ago on getting us up to speed with 24-hour markets. I don't know where that all stands at this moment right now. I know that there were things that started back, I don't know, March, February, something like that. But like I said, the money machine has really been quite the endeavor to tackle, and it continuously pulls people into that from other items. Net trade, appreciate it. Thank you. Glad to have you back in here. Glad to be back in the seat and see you're still kicking around. Always appreciate the positive vibes coming from folks.
Well, I'm trying to get a word in edgewise, but you just keep talking.
Well, listen, nobody likes the sound of their own voice more than me.
I keep waiting for that little, even 2-second pause, but it ain't happening.
I just want to get to everybody. I never want to leave anybody hanging. You know how it is.
If anybody, by the way, when you, before you left, were the 3 little dots on the chart, were they around? The 3 little dots
have been there for a long time now.
With the additional, with the alerts on the chart.
Yes, that literally got released a day or two before I left.
Oh, okay.
But like the other controls have been in there for a little while. I think what else is in there now? I think something like the buttons for zooming in and out, flags and stuff like that. So some of this has been around, but no, the alerts were released like literally the day before I left, I think, give or take. So I'm just kind of catching up on some of those things like that. Interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, my idea would be that it'd be nice if they're down the road to be customizable, so you don't necessarily want to see all of those sort of alerts, because it's sort of random, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it'd be nice to see what you want to see, but you know what? It's an interesting concept, at least.
It is.
I think I came in at a tail end of something you were saying, we're concentrating 100% on the money machine, but there are other things that are happening.
That's why
I think a nice little addition.
Yeah, that's why I went back to amend it, because I don't think that this is some small endeavor getting those alerts on there. It wasn't like they flipped the switch. I'd imagine that was pretty hefty. It's a gentleman named Tim that works in, I know you're aware of Tim, but for everybody in the background, I always like to give a shout out to the development team. I bang on them for things, and it's not me banging on them, but there's things that users want to see, or we get a user here or there that something isn't working for them. I can't figure out why is it working for 7,000 other users, but these 3 users is not working for. And so I'm back and forth with them all the time. And I know it's frustrating to them when things don't work, but I think it's important to acknowledge how much work they do. You just don't see a lot of that work.
I would just forget about those 3 users. It's a simple answer. Just forget about them.
Yeah,
I know that takes up the most of your time.
Yeah,
I understand that. All right, my friend. Well, listen, thank you. It's now 1:02, so you've gone 2 minutes overtime. So thank you for that.
Making up for lost time.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, you can go another hour if you want. No, that's okay. If now you're gonna stop your screen display.
Yep.
Because I can't add until you do.
Yep.
Okay, now I'm back. Okay.
And
I
that's it.
think
I'm
we're
just going
good.
to close out the browser, but I won't hit end stream, and we should be good to rock and roll from there.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Barry. And
Yeah, we'll see you next
I'll
week.
see you tomorrow, actually.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Right
back
on.
tomorrow.
Okay.
See you all then.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye bye.
All right, guys. I am now back in both. All right. Now, BNC, guys. BNC, this is the IPO from a couple of days ago. Let me get back to my, or maybe 3 days ago. Yeah, 3 days ago. Wow, this is pretty, this is an impressive one right now. You know, I'm not sure this was an IPO. I don't know if there's a symbol name change or a SPAC that turned into this because that's not a big float at all. Okay, but it is according to okay, it is not a lifetime high. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe it changed symbol names. BNC might have changed symbols because we are saying it's still 27%. So what that 27% means down here in red, if you had a lifetime candle for the stock, it'd be at the lower, like in the bottom 27%. So even though this looks like an all-time high right here, it obviously isn't. But not bad. I mean, not bad. It's moving. What's the spread like? Actually, not terrible. 26.90, 27, 10-cent spread. Yeah, no, it's not that hard to. In fact, most of the questions come in the other room, three sharps. But yeah, I just keep an eye. I've got this, and this on my other monitor. So I just keep track. I just keep glancing at both. So let's see. Yeah, Sarepta. Well, that was a nice one on both sides. On the gap down and reverse, and now a nice reversal. A nice reversal from the gap up and reverse. A nice reversal now from that. Yeah, looking at the maps, you never know. I still think it's got too much resistance, not that far away. But that's what I thought about the TLS, and I was definitely wrong about that. But you see, maps. I know I just heard the tail end of Chris talking about news. I mean, I do think it's at least to be aware of the news, and TLS was an earnings play. So you kind of know that it's going to be active all day. Doesn't mean it's going to do what it did. Maps has really no news that I can see of. Okay. So doesn't mean it, obviously stocks can move even though you don't see the news. Maybe some group somewhere in the world has got a hold of it and all that. But I think for me, news is a bonus if a stock has some news and the technicals look good. It just is a bonus for me. Okay, Selena added the alerts for Holly with voice, but nothing is coming out. Okay, I have ideas, whether they're the right ones. This is from our main room. So let's make sure number one. Okay, just to like I have right here. Okay, so can you see now? Are you're talking about the downloadable version, right, Selena? You've got a toolbar that looks like this with a file, new tools, Windows, help, etc. Okay. So, do you see between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, there's a little sound icon? I just want to make sure that that doesn't have a slash through it, because if it has a slash through it, it's a toggle on and off. If it has a slash through it, okay, it's on. So it doesn't have a slash like that, okay? Because that's a common problem, or can be a common problem. All right, now let's make sure that you put the alert in correctly. You know how to do it. Have now, do you have alerts for other windows, like your alert windows? Do you have sound alerts that are working in your opinion? Or is this the only one you've tried to put a sound alert on and it's not working? Okay. So you went through this exercise then. You did right click, actions, right? Actions. You check the play sound, set up the sound. I'm just doing this, trying to do this fairly slowly. Now, you can have text to speech if you want. You have a female or a male voice, or you can check use custom sound. So I check it. What were you trying to do? Were you trying to add text to speech, or were you trying to use one of these custom sounds that are found in these folders? What were you trying to do? It shouldn't matter. You should get a sound. So you were trying to do text to speech? Okay. So you checked it. You picked either female or male. Now, in order to check it, if you check play, you should hear testing. You should if you now make sure your volume bar, this is just a toggle, right? Okay, here's how you can decrease. Well, that volume is completely off. So here's how you can increase your volume. But when you click play, she or he should say testing. Okay. Well, then if you've heard it, then it should be working. It should be working. I don't know if you can save this or yeah, we can't share this. Well, that's a good point. William is bringing up. Just give me a moment. You have access to this screen that looks like this. You are a premium server. You are a premium subscriber, right? Okay, so you do see the alerts. You do see the alerts that happen. You do see the alerts that have happened. It's not blank, in other words. It's this one right here. So if you click on new from the toolbar, and then see, I have three that start off with premium AI. It's the middle one that you pick, premium AI strategy trades window, premium AI strategy trades window. And this is what you will see. Okay. On blue. Okay. Here's what I would do also though, Selena. I would more than likely in the filter section, you see, this is just a drop down. Mine says none. I would recommend selecting none, getting rid of profitable trades. Okay. Because in my way of thinking, just because a trade isn't profitable, yes, maybe it's below the alert price, but it may be setting up in a different fashion. Okay. So I would want to see them all day long. I would uncheck that. Okay. And then now, so you didn't go through the exercise here then of the act, clicking on actions and play sound, setup sound, et cetera, text to speech. You didn't do it on that window because that's to me the easiest way to do it. Okay. So once you've got all these that you can see, just right click. actions, click on actions, and then click on the play sound, set up the sound, and then if you want to do text to speech, click on text to speech, play it. Yeah, play it. It should say, you should hear her say, if you pick the female, you'll hear her saying testing. And if that happens, then say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached. It gets attached then to the window. Let me know if that worked. Well, and remember now, you won't hear anything now unless there's a new alert that comes in. No, 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 no. It that is for the window. That's for the entire window. So, Selena, what you should do, in my opinion, is to take this screen, okay, take this and incorporate it as part of your layout. In other words, so don't exit it or anything like that. I'm assuming you might have some kind of a layout that you're looking at other than just this. Maybe you have some, at the very least, you might have some charts. Okay, so incorporate this as part of your layout by at the end when you're going to exit trade ideas. Good thing to do is to save the layout. That'll save it to your computer. It'll overwrite, or you save to the cloud, save or share to the cloud your layout. Entire layout. Give it a name. Save it. At the very least, file, and when you click exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout tomorrow or the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then any change you made, including loading this, will be incorporated as part of your layout tomorrow. So at the very least, file, exit, going to ask you yes or no. Do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, that's what I do every day. I mean, I just say, because this is the layout I typically use. But the bottom line is this: is then you don't have to go through the exercise of loading this every day if you incorporate it as part of your layout. And then notice that there are no alerts until at least 9:40. That's the earliest you'll get an alert here. So assuming you load trade ideas, either if you're doing some pre-market work or at least by 9:30, when the market, in theory, the 9:30, the market opens, this will be blank, and just let the alerts happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is going to be up to you. People ask, well, how do I use the AI? No, there's no one answer to it. You have an alert price, you have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the alert price. I never, that's why I will never auto trade. I always want to click on the symbol and just to check to see what's happening. Is there, what if for instance, what if the 200-day moving average was, right above the alert price or the VWAP? Or if I thought there was some resistance a little bit above if I'm going long, a little bit above the alert price, I won't take the trade. Yeah, I mean, that's why I didn't take CLS. It worked. I mean, it would have worked, but I wouldn't have taken that trade just because I saw the two weekly highs at 330. Am I upset I didn't take it? No. I mean, this is how I trade. So there was the alert at 319. Now, could I have taken it on the 330 break? Probably. Probably. Well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody, people have different ideas about how they look at their charts. I know I have my very specific idea and doesn't have, and I'm not talking you necessarily, Selena, but just in general, your idea of looking at a chart may be completely different from my idea. The bottom line is if it works for you, keep doing it. I just know that it kind of works for me the way I do it. And will I miss out on things that, go through what I consider a potential resistance area? Sure, it could happen, but it doesn't bother me at all. Well, here's an interesting one. This is actually it's an earnings play. Madeir MLNK is right at a high. That's a high. That red line on my chart. There was a high during this week, the week of March 10th. If it gets through that, then the next high is up here at 2162 on the weekly chart. So kind of interesting. But for me, it's too close to that whole number. I would have to wait for probably a whole number break. I look at these things and thinking, well, you know what? It might struggle to get through that. So yes, if I took it now and it broke through it, no problem. I'd be giving up, at 22 cents. I get it. But if to me, if there's enough room looking left, at 22 cents isn't a big deal to me. With having perhaps a little bit of bit of a more safety feeling that it's taken out that whole number, comforting feeling, perhaps a little more to the point. But not everybody feels that way. Some people don't give a rip about the whole number, and they'll take, that they could take the trade now, and that's fine. Oh, is it? Okay, you're right. You know what? I just had to look left. You're right. It is a buyout. Sorry. You are absolutely right. It is a buyout. So no, it becomes a non-event. I didn't even look at that 15-minute chart, and you can tell it's a buyout because look how it's flatlined across. That is typical pattern for a buyout. I wasn't looking at it. I was looking at it over here, and now that a potential buyout, $2 billion. I remember now. You know what? I do remember seeing this. So it is not hostile. It's not a hostile situation. They've agreed to it. Ooh, I missed this one. I missed this one. That was just as I was getting set for my break. It was a little bit before. It was 10 to 12. I don't know why I missed this one. This one meaning PBYI, and that was from the combo scan. PBYI at 11:49. I think I was just not thinking about taking trades. 432 though, and 463 now. Now I probably wouldn't have taken it anyway because look, another, just because I see a high doesn't mean it's not going to get through. But I wouldn't have taken the trade there either because that red line there represented a high somewhere. Now the only thing that could no, it's if it had been like 5 years ago or something, I wouldn't have cared. But it is last year, last May, someday within this month. And I guess Pepe, when it's yeah, I mean obviously that would have been mid-month somewhere. So when the red line is mid, it would have been probably around the 15th or so. Oh man, what a rocky day Alsa's had. So it started off as a big gap down, and then it became a gap up, got up to almost $10, and now it's dropped $2. This is when I traded right in this area, but it's now gone negative for the day again. Yeah, three sharps in our YouTube room. News is a possible indicator that a swing trade is in play, that the Momo will carry past just one day. Yeah, it's possible. I don't see it as much for the like the low float bios that have big days. We don't see it as much a continuation. I'm not saying it never happens, but probably some of the bigger bios. And then though we have a lot of continuation plays off earnings. We talk about that quite a bit. Second day continuation, third day continuation off earnings. Doesn't have to happen every time, of course, but here's another one. So last month there was a high right there, probably towards the end of the month for NACA, NAKA. Bring it on a weekly chart, probably see it a little better. Here we are. So yeah, so that week, the high of that week was 1325. So it's almost there. Then you've got 1370. So there is some room. I mean, if this can take that out where it's I mean it's right there 13, well 1325. It's got to get through 1325, so about a dime away, 9 cents away. And then so if it does that, 1370 or so is the next high. So I'll just put a price alert right there for the NAKA. Well, and just as I put it in, it triggered it. Not a great spread though. 1225, 1312, 1325. So you can see what happened. It popped up to 1325 and then right back down to 1312 on that spread. Yeah, that was a good one. Three sharps. We're talking about the CRCL. I mean, it's come way off its highs, but still, until that happened, that was a real success. Big miss by me, guys, on the SPNS. Would have taken some off right here for sure, but the SPNS was a gap up and reversal play early, and it's probably dropped $3. Yeah, about $3. Right here, though, on the 15, there's no question would have taken some off. You can see it just flattened out there. Here's that orange wave and just a flattening, a little glimpse of the blue that's trying to tell you, well, maybe the trend is starting to change, but it was so narrow, the band. And that trend change did not last at all. I say it was a very minor trend change. All right, guys. It is now 1:26. So I don't know if I'm going to hang out till 2:30. I was hanging out till 2:30 because William was not around and not keeping the room open after I was leaving. So I was hanging around to 2:30. I may knock off a little bit earlier. William says he'll keep the room open till 3:45. But one last look at my homepage for the day and the information you can find, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, clicking on my homepage link. So this is what you're going to see. So here's how you can get a subscription to Trade Ideas with 25% off the first month only or the entire year. okay, using my code. All I ask, whatever the code is, it will change from time to time. Please use it. The room gets credit for the subscription. Company tracks the promo codes. They see my code being used enough, they'll say, "Yeah, we'll keep the room free." Trade of the week, you can sign up for it right here. I have a feeling it is not going to trigger. It might trigger tomorrow or Wednesday, but there was another one of those pullbacks. It had to pull back to 1650 though, and you can see it did not do that. Not today yet, anyway. But you can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is free. The education section is right here. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, mandatory. Also, you should save my homepage link because if you want to come into the room every day, save my link and then here's how you join it. Join the room, okay? I have to do the same thing every day. So back to basics. First thing you have to do, okay? First thing you have to do if you take out a subscription is mandatory. Now, if you don't have trade ideas, hey, what happened to the first one? No, it looks like it's. Oh, this is. I'm sorry. This is back to basics. I'm sorry. Whew. This is getting started with trade ideas. I'm sorry. This is what you have to do. I have to do. Okay. If you're if you're just taking out a subscription. So if you're thinking about trade ideas, and you're not 100% sure. My advice would be to take a look at these videos. Forget the first one, but the following videos are very short. It'll give you an idea about what trade ideas is all about, and might help you to make a better informed decision as to whether or not it's a good fit for you. Okay, it's all free to do, of course, and the back to basics is free, also free to. It's and that obviously designed for people who are new to trading, and it's free. And if you're looking for my scans, I'll get to your question in a second, Mighty Mouse. Looking for my scans, just scroll down. If you click on my homepage link, and here they are. So here are the one you can see these ones, the 5 minute or the change in 5 minute percent, the momentum scan, ultra zooms, the single stock window. What you can't see are these ones. This is the combo scan right here, and the gap continuation or reversal scan right there. Okay. Again, I'm not trying to hide them. I just don't want to overwhelm this monitor with more scans. But you can have them. This is what I use in the pre-market. Yeah, suspected spam. This is what I use in the pre-market, guys. The pre-market actives up and down. Okay. So if you have questions about anything, don't be shy, as Chris says, and I say, don't be shy. You're sitting out there thinking, "Ah, I'd like to ask a question, but you never have to. Don't think that questions are dumb. Okay, we all started out new at one point, and I wish I'd had. I don't mean just because I'm doing this, but I wish I'd had a room in which we had people in that could help answer some questions. Okay, what is your favorite AI stock to trade? I don't know exactly what you mean. Are you talking about? You're not talking about our AI. You're talking about in general, like Palantir or things like that, or Nvidia. I don't have a favorite, if that's what you mean. Is that what you mean? You're not talking about our AI, Ollie. You're talking about in general, my favorite AI stock to trade. I don't have. Yeah, I don't have one because I'm not a swing trader. So, but it depends on the day. I mean, I typically won't trade, a Palantir because it's outside of the price range I like. But I mean, no, I mean, it's an awesome move, of course. And Nvidia and all, but so it all depends on the day. Last week, Sound AI, SOUN, had a tremendous day on Friday. But before then, I wasn't even looking at it. So it really depends on the day. I'm just looking for abnormal action. So consequently, I don't really have a favorite. Make sense? Yeah, HCFL. No, I had that on a price alert, and that was wasn't that an IPO last week? Yeah, so that was the IPO last week. Heat flow. Actually, heart flow, not heat flow. So briefly, it took out the hive of Friday. Briefly. So far, this has been a successful IPO because it was priced, I want to say, in the 20 level. Interesting. PBYI was from our AI also. Exactly the same alert, exactly the same time. And look at that, 11:49 and 4:32. If you look at our AI, it was 11:49 and 4:32. Yeah, you know what? I was thinking about taking this NACA, and it just got halted, I believe. Yeah, it just got halted. I was thinking of taking it. It was showing up on my Gap Up and Go. I put it up here around the 13 level. Wow, almost a $3 pop. Now it's halted, and remember this blue screen you see here. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. This is from time and sales and interactive brokers. There's your alt price. There's the symbol. Sometimes the symbol doesn't show up, but there's the symbol NACA, NAKA, 1597 on the halt, and look where it potentially could open. Doesn't have to be up here at 1657. And if the old KDLY, okay. So that's why it's not showing up as a lifetime high. When it looks like it could be, or maybe not. Let me see what it looks like on a monthly chart. No, it had there is. So this used to be KDLY, okay, and they changed symbol name or symbols for whatever reason. Now it's NACA, but this used to be the old KDLY. So when it was KDLY, it got up to, I guess, $35. At any rate, 1657 is the area, the potential open, and typically they are 5-minute halts. Why does the stock get halted? The simple explanation: it went up too fast in a short period of time. Too fast. In other words, an accelerated move, and so a program kicks in, halts it, pauses it, and then usually opens in 5 minutes from the halt or from the halt. If it is not 5 minutes, then it'll be a multiple of five. So if it's 5 minutes, this will be 139 plus 49 seconds. Okay, guys. Now this could be one of those ones that has a late day move. Okay, late day meaning, I mean, it's 1:37 right now. Maybe 2 o'clock. I mean, there's no defined number or time, but maybe a late day move. Now it's got to get through the VWAP. It's a low float. It's traded an amazing amount of shares, 28 million, 574 times normal up to this time of day. So, but it's going to have to take out the VWAP. They probably have to take out two. So I'm going to put a price alert around two. And the high today was 232. You can see the high over here on a monthly chart was 245. But yeah, I mean, it in theory, if it gets back over two, I mean, there's a couple of weekly highs. The next high is 238 on the weekly chart. It may have one of those later day runs. So you don't have to stare at it. Just put a price alert, a little over two, and see if it takes that out. And then see if it's on volume. You have to see it on some volume. It's not the it's not the absolute volume. It's more in relation to previous volume bars. You can see how we had a pretty big volume bar there, selling volume, and then the next three on the 5 minute chart, sort of dwindling volume. So what you'd love to see if it popped through two, but on some decent volume, maybe take it higher than that one, and that might give us the confidence that it could keep going for a while anyway. You'll miss this one completely. This was a gap down and go right from here. Look at this 15-minute chart right here from 11:15 on straight down. All right, guys. Well, the NACA just opened. The NACA did just open, and it did open around that area, that 1625 area. Well, it said it resumed at 1597. That must have been just a blip, like really quick, because I think it popped it almost immediately. Now there's AI, guys, and we've now got that transition. Well, guys, I tried to get a short just around 1683. The bid ask was 1683, 1684, but it's down over 10%. I left it in there for about 20 seconds. I did not get a fill. I was going in at the bid, but that uptick rule in this particular case, I don't feel like chasing it down. I mean, it's only another penny or so, but there are plenty of shorts available, over 500,000. But the uptick rule is in effect, but sometimes I haven't had as much problems with that uptick rule in the last little while. The uptick rule meaning that if you go in at the bid, assuming there are shares available at your broker, normally, you go in at the bid, and you want to short something, you'll get assuming there are shares available, you'll get more or less an instantaneous fill. Well, maybe it's a good thing I didn't get it. But if a stock is down 10% or more, of course, then what has to happen is some action, some trading at the ask, and then back to that bid if you're interested in. But you may be in a queue of a lot of other people who want the same thing. So sometimes it can be frustrating not getting a fill. In this particular case, I'm glad I didn't get a fill right now, anyway. VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP, John. It's the VWAP for the day. Okay. So it doesn't matter what chart you're looking at. Look right there. There's the VWAP, the purple line. Okay, in the 1780 area, right there, 80 area right there. Meanwhile, I really haven't looked at the overall market. Dow is down. Dow is down a little bit. Qs are basically flat. The SPY is, just off a little bit. So you can see right there, NAC has had a pullback. Again, how to use this? If you want to play pullback or see stocks that are potentially pulling back, well, they're not potentially, they're definitely pulling back. But what are they pulling back into? So here's the BNC. There's 4% move within a 5-minute period. Okay. So what is it pulling back into? Now, depending on your trading expertise or experience, if you might have a moving average, and again, depends on the time frame you're looking at, but you may have a moving average in a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart or whatever that time frame you like. Maybe it's pulling into that moving average, and maybe that moving average acts as support if that's how you trade, if that's how you see things. Or, there's the VWAP way down there. I mean, that'd be a pretty good pullback. From I'd have to go all the way back down to 2269. But that's a way in which if you see a negative number, you see what NACA is doing, NAKA. I mean, it's not. Again, I don't have any moving averages that it's pulling back to. And for it to pull all the way back into the VWAP, that'd be another $2. That'd be pretty dramatic. But if you are like a VWAP type player, and you were wondering, well, what if NACA does pull back into the VWAP? All you have to do is just put a price alert in the VWAP area. Okay, the VWAP obviously changes as there's more volume at higher prices, so that's why it's moving up like this. But you could put a price alert in the VWAP area, a little bit above it, and see if it's getting closer and closer. All right, guys. MSOX. MSOX. I'm fiddling with my mic, so in case the volume is going a little crazy. So there is the. So is that double the? This is MOSA. I wonder what. This can't be just double. Any moment. Wow, it is. This has come all the way back now. I really thought this would, after that initial flurry. But look at MSOS, guys. So this is an ETF for the cannabis sector. And there's word that they're musing about reclassifying cannabis as not in the same, treating it the same as heroin or things like that. I think it's called schedule. Your different schedules. When I say Euro, I mean Canada. So we don't have that. We don't have that differentiation. Cannabis is legal all across our country. I have to admit, I am surprised. So CGC must have popped then too. Last time I saw it, it was no, not really. Not really. Had to move, but it really hasn't. I mean, it's up. Don't get me wrong; it's up 24%, but it is it is not near the highs, whereas MSOS is. Coke Canada. Yeah. Hmm. Man, I missed this one. This DOCN. This that down and go. This was an earnings play, I think, last week. Yeah, earnings play. Yeah, earnings play on this day. You can see the reaction was tremendous. So here, who asked that question about or mentioned three sharp. So here's an example of sort of a 2 day continuation of earnings for DOCN. Certainly the next day, this was the first day. Here's the second day, and the third day it did get higher before it really sold off. So I would call that certainly a second day continuation of earnings play, mildly on the third day, and then it sold off, and now it's really selling, sold off on Friday. Really selling. I mean, look at that. I mean, now not only, I mean, it's broken down below the high or the low of the day it had earnings. That's pretty brutal. There you go. Why? Well, it's an earnings. It's a financing. So they're a $500 million convertible bonds offering. So they are. It's basically a financing. Why did I do this? 2888. Next low looking left is 2620. Oh, I'm assuming he's just a fellow Canadian. Got off the pink sheets, and now let's take a look at this. I mean, if this took out 33.42, again, I can't quite remember what this jump is all about. I think they got off the pink sheets. A lot of shares available for me to short. You see tomorrow, if this takes this out, I mean, look out below. People will look at this, not maybe realizing. I think this was when it was a pink sheet stock. I think. Anyway, maybe I may have been on mute. I'm assuming it's just because you might be a fellow Canadian, Van. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:52 now. I'll probably take off around 2:15. Okay, unless there are questions, I'll always stick around for questions if there are questions. This was an earnings play also, Perry. I didn't really see this in the pre-market. PERI. I know rum was an earnings play, Selena, but it's at the low of the day now. It's obviously pulled all the way back, and it's still up for the day, a little bit, but it has been selling off. It's been selling off. I mean, it broke through the 200-day moving average, but it's just been selling off below the VWAP. Excuse me, below the VWAP. So what are you looking at it for? A potential long? Because one of the hardest things to do is try to predict a bounce. Now William is pretty good at it. He looks at Bollinger Bands, and if it's a certain amount below the low of the Bollinger Band, we're talking about maybe mean reversals, things like that. But a blue arrow on it, really? Okay, let me a blue arrow, like an arrow, like okay. I'm glad you asked that question. Well, you didn't really ask the question, but I'll explain. So let me click on TLS at 946 all the way down here. Okay. So if you look at, I'm looking, it may be hard to see, but on the 15-minute chart, there is a blue arrow pointing up. All it means is that's where the alert happened on whatever time frame you're looking at. That's all it means. The up arrow has no significance. Okay, it doesn't mean okay, buy it. You could get a stock that's moving down and you get an up arrow. It's just pointing at the candle in which the alert happened. That's all it means. If I click on maps at 11:51, so you can see, so on the 5-minute chart, there's a blue arrow pointing up. On the 15-minute chart, a blue arrow pointing up. Doesn't mean all it's telling me is that's where the alert happened. Okay, it doesn't mean anything else. There's not a connotation that is pointing up. Therefore, take the trade and go long on it. No, it's good. It's sometimes. Let me take a look at this one, for instance. I have this on don't repeat. Okay, I'm only going to see the stock one time at the time of the alert. Here's the price. So it's, for instance, so XERS at 943, the price was 756. I can go back here. This is on don't repeat, which means don't repeat. Like I only want to see the symbol the very first time it got alerted, as opposed to this one. You can see how you see TLS, 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 and it's repeating. This one, there's a way in which you can just say don't repeat. Just show me the stock the very first time we had the alert. So now I can kind of go back in time and click on XDRS. And on the 15-minute chart, you can see there it was. It's hard to see. There's a blue arrow there. And you can say, okay, well, what did it do? 756. You can see it really didn't do much. Okay, it did not keep going. Whereas PPYI, as an example, you can see the blue arrow there. And again, it's just telling you that's where the alert happened. It's not saying take the trade. But in this particular case, you can say, okay, what happened from there? Well, obviously pretty good, pretty darn good. They're not all going to be like this, okay? But that upwards blue arrow, it doesn't mean up meaning good, down meaning bad. It's just an indication of where the alert happened, depending on whatever time frame you're looking at. So when you're talking about rum, now when I type in rum, I'm not going to get an alert. Okay, when I type it in, it has to be from an alert window or a multi-strategy window. Okay, it cannot be from basically a top list. This is a top list window. That's why it says T. It's just a different way of looking at it. Okay. This is what it's derived from. It's just a topless window. This before we had tree maps and racing and all that. This is the only way. This was the presentation. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks down the most today. Show me the stocks that have had the biggest change in 5 minutes. And that's what this is doing. It's just a different presentation. So again, here's the BNC pulling back again. Okay. And we saw a negative number a little while ago. We see another negative number here. It keeps pulling back. Now, this is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Yeah. Somebody pointed out to me that PBYI actually was a nice continuation play off earnings also. A real cheap one, but a nice continuation off earnings. This is a reaction to earnings on Friday. Remember, my earnings plays are any stock that so for tomorrow, the earnings plays for me will be stocks that release after hours today and of course pre-market tomorrow. Those are the earnings plays. But yeah, I mean that's a great continuation. I wouldn't say this is typical, for a cheap bio to have such a unless they had more news today. Ah, well now the AI should have kept an eye on it. Got it back up to 1690. I was sort of saying, okay, I'm glad I didn't get that short, but all right, guys. Well, it is now 2:02, so I might only have about 10 minutes left. Again, William will keep the room open till 3:45, he says. So when I leave, the room will still be open. I do have to shut down YouTube. So if you did want to come over to the main room, anybody in YouTube, click on my homepage link. I save this link. Okay. There's my homepage link, and just click on it, and then go to the education section right here and right here, the free trading room. Okay. I won't be there, and there'll be no screen sharing, but there's still activity in the room. Well, I used to take off between 2 and 2:15, Stevie, but then I was sticking around to 2:30 while William was gone. Again, I'll always stay. No, no, 2:45 was not the norm. Not for a long time. Not for a long time. Again, I'll always stay if there are questions, but if there are no questions, I just don't feel like staying. Gives me a chance to maybe do a little trading completely on my own or doing other things, catching up on emails, and a lot of times I am still sitting at my desk. Huh. Okay, Selena, are do you have an alert window that you can put a sound alert on? Okay. Do you have alerts coming from your sound alert window? I'm sorry. Do you have sound alerts coming from your alert window? It's just not the AI? Shouldn't ask 2 questions. Or I guess the question is, can you put sounds at all? Okay. Can you give me your alert window? Okay. You know how to do that. Do you know how to copy the link? All you have to do and put the cloud link in here. Do you know how to do that? And then I'll take a look at it on my end. You know how to put a cloud link in here? I can show you how. Okay. Now sometimes I know it can be in your sound bar, like the I'm trying to see, I know, not the sound bar, but the that they help me, whatever it's called. But you know what? If you can get me the link, then I'm gonna see, okay, if you've done it correctly, if I get sound on my end, and then we can at least go from there. And remember, just the one alert window, not the entire layout. Yeah, it's you see, that's it. I was gonna suggest it could be your computer settings. There's my mic. I don't wanna do that. But can you give me the link? Can you give me just give if you can give me the cloud link, I just wanna make sure. I'm sure you've done it correctly, but just to satisfy my curiosity, it's simple to give me the cloud link, okay, of an alert window that you say you have created. It's really simple. Okay. So take just the alert window, okay? Not the entire layout. So take an alert window in which you say you've put a sound alert on it using the window properties and actions and all that. So right click on it, right click on the alert window, save or share to cloud, save or share to cloud. Okay. Save and share. Click on save and share. You can click on OK. I don't think it's mandatory, but if you click on OK, that's fine. And then in this window, Control V will paste it in. Control V on your keyboard will paste it in. I'm assuming that's how you do it on a Mac also. You just have to paste it in. Yeah, so Pepe is going to ask you, for instance, if you went to YouTube or something, if you went to YouTube or some other website that obviously has sound, are you getting any sound? But but give me the link anyway, just to make sure you have done it correctly. So again, it's simple. Okay, just right click, save or share to cloud. So right click in your alert window, just the single alert window. Right click, save or share to cloud. Pick that. Save or share to cloud. Save and share. Click that. Once you've done that, then you just have to. There you go. Okay, I knew you could do it. Okay, now let's see. You see, you've given me 10. You've given me 10 windows. I can tell because see the window count is 10. I just want the one alert window. Are you in the channel? Just give me a moment. Are you in the? Okay, that's okay. That's okay. I'm assuming you're in this doc channel bar, and then you're in the Ripsters channel, right? You're in the Ripsters channel. That computer's going to go a little crazy because okay, because it doesn't like it when I load another layout. So that's why you're really hearing it. So what is it this one, the Ripster in play? Is that where you try to put a sound alert? Yeah, you're allowed to do that. So that's well, let me ask you this. Do you just care about having this or do you care about having everything else? You just really want to see this, Ripster in play. In other words, if all you care about is seeing this multi-strategy window within Ripster, okay, so you do want to see the whole thing. Okay, because there's a way in which you can just take it out of the, out of the layout, so you don't have to see everything. Okay. Well, you know what? This is a doc. This is a doc. Okay, I probably can load it. I can load it then, right, Pepe? But you know what? Before I do, this is my computer does not like having two layouts. Okay, you two. Well, it's not net trade; it's knee trade. Okay, I will load it. I will load it because my layout will still be here. But it does not like my having okay, so I don't see that you've checked actions. Okay, I don't see that you have checked actions. You wanted an alert in here? Yeah. You see, you have to write when you write. You wanted an alert. You wanted a sound alert every time a symbol showed up in this multi-strategy window. Is that what you want? You're going to get a lot of alerts, but okay. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys. So my question is, did you think you assigned a sound alert? Never mind the AI right now, okay, Ollie. Did you assign? Did you think you assigned a sound alert into this window, this multi-strategy window, so that when a symbol showed up, you would hear an alert, a sound alert? Because I'm just looking here, I'm right clicking, and I'm clicking on properties, and the actions is not checked. Okay, I don't think you did then because I'm loading your layout and notice, you see the actions is unchecked. You got to check play sound. Got to check play sound. So hopefully that's the issue then with the AI. Let me get rid of this. Remember, you right click and go to actions. In this case, you go to actions and you've got to check play sound. See, it's unchecked right now. You have to check play sound, set up the sound, and then you said you wanted text to speech, either female or male. You would check that. Okay, check that. You said though you heard testing, you play it. Now you've got to say okay a couple of times. Okay, a couple of times, then it gets attached. Maybe that's what was happening. You have to say okay a couple of times. So again, if I right click on the AI, or this is with any alert window or multi-strategy window, and then actions, check the play sound, go to setup sound. If you want text to speech, check text to speech. And then you don't have to play it, but you can just to make sure it's done correctly. And then say okay a couple of times. Then it gets attached. Now, there rarely is there an alert after in the afternoon. And then don't forget, save your layout now. Give me a moment. Be my virus scanner. All right. So what you did now, so you gave me the cloud link again, but so okay? Are you talking now that multi-strategy window within? Because this cloud link you're sending me probably doesn't have the AI. Does not have this window, or it shouldn't. What you Because I'm looking here and it still says 10 windows. Okay, still says 10 windows, which is what was before. I mean, I'll load it, but again, my computer is going to go a little crazy. It doesn't like having two layouts at the same time. No, I had myself on mute, of course. Forgot. Yeah, it's working. You've got this alert window. You must have put this on here then. As I see you have checked the play sound. You've set up the sound, female. So you did that correctly. So if you do the same thing, if you've done the same thing with the AI, actions, set up this, check the play sound, set up the sound. Sounds like it should work tomorrow. Okay, good. It worked. I knew we'd get to the end of it. Maybe William, but we're good now. Don't forget to save. Now, don't forget to save your layout. Okay. Now, I'm not sure you want to. I mean, well, I guess you can. Yeah, you can. You can, if you want that. Yeah, I don't know if you want the Ripster channel every morning though. Most of the time, people don't go to a channel and stay there all day. They may take something out of the channel that they like because we have a lot of different channels. All these. If you go to the dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So the idea could be that you just take a look at some of them, and if you see a scan or something that you think you like, you can take it out of that window. So, for instance, I'll do the Ripsters again. So if I wanted this outside, if I didn't want to have to do this every single day and just stare at this all day long, all I have to do is go to say that this Ripster and play. I can right click and see where it says duplicate into free floating window. That's how I can take something out of a channel, and it popped on my other monitor, and here it is. Okay. So now, if that's all I want from that channel, now it's free floating. Now I can take this and add some, the charts I want. I can add my AI if that's what I've got, like some other things, and then create a layout with this. So I don't have to go to the channel and stay in the channel all day, if that makes sense. And you can do that with anything in one of those theme-based channels that we've got. Just take it out, duplicate it into a free float, hover over it, and then right click and duplicate. Now it's already out, but duplicate into a free floating window. And now it's just free floating. And you can give it a name. So when you save or share to cloud, it might be Selena's layout or some other name. Just give it another name. Probably more than likely entire layout. Give it a name and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. You don't have to worry about accidentally deleting. I've never used our chat GPT helping to pick the scanners, but that's cool if it's helping you. All right, guys, I think I'm done. Unless there are any other questions, I am kind of done for the day. I will hang around if there are questions, but I'll start off by just thanking everybody, all the help all day long, and welcoming William back. Yeah, the BJDX. They were saying this could be a late dayer, and it did break through the 200 or the VWAP. I'm not in it, but it could be that late dayer. I just got the high right there, but all right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will take off. So again, thanks for all the help. The room will open now. We're back to sort of a normal. Chris Varley, Trade Ideas, will open the room tomorrow at 7:30, 7:30 Eastern Time. That's the main room. And I'll open YouTube at around 8:30, okay, Eastern Time. I get on the mic at about 9. And yeah, I'm in Vancouver, Canada, so it's the time zone, okay? That's why I don't do it. On the East Coast, I'd open it early too. And then, yeah, going to 2:30 today anyway. And William says he'll keep the room open until 4:30. So have a great evening, everybody. So what I'm going to do now is stop the screen sharing and muting myself. But the room is still open, the main room. And YouTubers, I gave you a link. If you want it again, oops, if you want it again in order to get into the main room. Because there's still people there, okay? There are people there. And just click on my homepage link, go to the education section and find the link to the free trading room. Okay. Okay. I've given you guys enough time, I think. So I'm ending the stream now.